Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair and crimson skin, her passion knows no bounds. You'll fall in love with this courtesan tonight. She's your ruby, a singer by the sea, fulfilling all your fantasies. You're the ruby. If you follow down her horns, they'll always lead to more. Ruby, 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 ruby. Can't hear me for some reason. People saying yes. You know why? Because the sound engineer forgot to unmute his microphone. That's why. Thank you, Emma. Appreciate that. Appreciate my mod making sure that we're on track. We appreciate. At least there's someone paying attention. Yeah. Welcome back to no one yet, but I don't give a fuck. This is my stream. This is the day that I can do streaming. So let's open up a project. Actually, speaking of Emma, we're gonna get a project open that I might get Emma to sing on as one of the harmony tracks, and maybe as one of the lead parts as well for verse 2 of this that I just cracked open. And the funny part is that no one is around to appreciate it. Except you, Emma. I don't even know if you have audio on right now, but doesn't matter. Check this shit out. It sounds good if I do say so myself. Hey, she does have audio on. Look at that. She does have ears on. I'm going to turn the cue off. We're going to turn the timer off. I should do it's like a secondary overlay folder. You know what? We're here. Why don't we? We're here and no one else is. Why don't we make our lives easier so that I could take like feedback streams, timer stuff on and off. Let's make a new folder. New group is what OBS calls it. We're going to call it what's up, RXW Doom? What's up, Basterix? You guys joined the queue. Welcome. I knew it was going to pop off at some point. The second that I open a project is usually when it happens. So, welcome. What are we going to do? We're going to do overlays, overs, feedback. Let's just call it that. Sorry, I'm just doing a little internal organization for my OBS, for my OBS. I'm just doing some shit here. Time remaining and timer. So now those things should all appear in one group. However, with the timer and the time remaining, yeah, there we go. And then I could just turn them all off. Yeah, I like that. Cool. All right, just a little internal cleanup here, guys. Welcome back. Appreciate y'all being with us on this day. So before we close this project, because I just fucking opened it, I'm not mad. I'm happy for you guys being here. But let's take a look at something I've been working on, something I've been cooking up for no reason in particular other than because it's fun. Check it out. It's cold outside and you're not alright. Wish you could see her, wish you could hear her. As the days go by without you by my side, just wanna be near you. All those tears I cry for you, you're in my cold and hopeless heart tonight. But will we ever get to fly away? I've never felt so lonely. When we're worlds apart with no one inside. Or will we always have to live in the past, staring at the hourglass, longing for a ride? That's the idea. My computer's going crazy. It's like, what are you doing streaming and opening Logic at the same time? My computer's screaming at me right now. I see the CPU being driven into the fucking ground.
But yeah, that's a little something I've been cooking up these days, and kind of just getting my flexing my muscles, if you will. Mix is a little noisy, a little messy. I need to make some space for it. I need to make some space for all those elements. It's got to be like epic, like Muse proportions, right? So, is that all me, Doom? Yes, indeed it is. Guitar, bass, drums. This time I worked backwards. So instead of like drawing up some ideas on drums and then editing them digitally and then like replaying them naturally, I did the opposite. I worked the ideas digitally first. And then I tried to like play it out, but then my computer was like, no, you're not doing that. You can't support, your 13-year-old computer cannot support multi-track recording any longer. You're lucky if you get one channel of recording at a time. I'm lucky. So then I went digital fully. But it's all me in here, except for the actual song itself, the actual songwriting. That is a song from a television show, believe it or not. This show that I've covered before. One of the songs that I've covered from that television show is actually one of my covers that pre-rolls on the intro and on the outro. A show called The Legend of Vox Machina, and I like their music. Their composers are both part of the show's like inception and creation and writing as well, and they're also actors in it. Voice actors specifically, because it's an animated series. It's based on a D&D campaign from YouTube from Critical Role. If anybody is interested in checking out some new cool content, Critical Role D&D playthrough campaigns that they run on YouTube. And then they got so popular that they got the funding to make an animated series about their first campaign. And their second campaign, actually. Their second campaign just got funded as well. So, yeah, they make some good shit, including music. But yeah, welcome either way. RXW Doom, Basterix DJ, Aka Music, welcome back. We appreciate you being with us. Word, that's cool. It is cool, Doom. It is cool. But thank you. That is a cover of mine that I'm going to maybe get my girlfriend to sing on as well. We'll see. Young Slit. Young Slit. Where do we submit? You got the instructions right up here, my dude. There you go. You got it. You got it. You nailed it. Right as I was saying, you figured it out. You don't need me, except for the feedback part. You need me, but that's okay. Speaking thereof, let's jump into it, shall we? We got a couple people in the queue. We got a couple other people joining in. Let's jump in, folks. It's business time. It's business time. Yes, Doom, you understood the assignment, so you popped your little link right in the chat. I appreciate that. I'm opening it up as we speak. I'm just waiting for my computer to either allow it to open or to explode in a fiery mess that you will only be able to see my like frozen react. Damn it, my eyes moved. Shit. But yes, getting that pulled up right now, Doom. Basterix is on deck. Aka Music third, and Young Slit is fourth. I think it's the latter. Yeah, it feels like that. Love your energy, man. It's waking me up. Great, because I'm still not awake. I'm not awake yet, so I'm glad one of us is. Let me try and drink some kombucha. Ooh, we getting risky in this bitch. Parental advisory may contain yeast. Just made this beat new to production, 3 months. All feedback is appreciated. Okay. And now, because I got the overs feedback as a group, I could just do this, popping that open. Why is it crooked? Why is it that every single time I open this fucking program, OBS, can I not just move it? There we go. Okay. I'm drinking a knockoff Coke. Oh boy, Pepsi. It's called Freeway Cola. I've never heard of that. That is indeed a knockoff. Freeway Cola. Jesus. I don't know if I would want to drink that knockoff in particular, but anyways, let's see. We got the Joel Dugrenot. It seems French. That seems like a Joël Dugrenot seems like a French name. C sample flip. Okay, it's one of his songs C, but it's a sample flip from his track. So hey, we're going to be not getting copyright infringement because it's a sample flip. So we have the rights to use whatever we hear. Okay, folks. Nah, Shasta is the best knockoff. You know, I've never had a Shasta. I've heard so much about a Shasta, but I've never actually had it. I'm curious what it tastes like. Probably tastes very similar. All right, Joël Dugrenot, C sample flip. I'm assuming this was for some sort of competition here, Doom. But either way, new to production, 3 months new to production, mind you. Let's see what we got. The sample flip by Doom. We got 10 minutes on the clock. Low chance of DMCA. It's a low-key tape from I couldn't even find it on Spotify. All right. Well, I think we're good, man. I mean, either way, I think we're good. Let's listen to it and find out. Let's roll the dice together, shall we? This is a household of dice rolling, so let's do it together. Joël Dugrenot, C sample flip by Doom. Let's go. Cute little I like the little forgotten kind of sample cut at the end. It adds to the charm of the kind of analog kind of shaker beat that's going on in the background. I like that. Drums are a funkadelic break. Cool. So let's talk a little bit about the song. So either way, it's obviously very short, not much arrangement. It's waiting for a lead element, if you will. It sounds like something very old school, I would say 90s Rick Rubin, Dr. Dre hybrid kind of beat a little bit. And I love those two producers, so that's cool. It's not done for sure. It's just an idea for the beat so far, though. It's a good idea. So the idea is there. I like it. Obviously, make a shape out of it. Give it like a low section. Give it a section where those pipes and those flutes and stuff are not so domineering. Give it some shape. Give it space for someone to like stand out really easy. Maybe we get some string kind of run. Dun, 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 some string impacts, I guess you can say. Do you have any of those in there? You don't. So those would fit pretty nicely, sonically speaking. Getting those string stabs. That's the word that I'm looking for. String stabs. Take take a violin and commit murder with it. String stabs. So yeah, I hear you though. That would add a lot. Yeah, specifically for like punchy moments. The idea here is that you're emphasizing the ends of phrases, the beginnings of new phrases. Don't overuse it because it could get very cheesy. But yeah, I think you could use it in a very next episode-esque kind of capacity. Nice stingers here and there. Also some operatic, cinematic sort of impact sounds as well. Cinematic impacts. Those could be sprinkled in there if you wanted to. Now, let's talk a little bit about your mix. The high mids seem a little bit aggressive. They're standing out in a way that I'm not a huge fan of. Specifically for your snare, your hi-hat too. Your hi-hat's not as much of an offender, actually. Your flutes, actually. The flutes themselves, we got a lot. Young Slit, thank you for the follow. You got a lot of that sort of 2 to 5K. I want to say. I'm gonna wager that you've got like somewhere in the 3-4K. You got an excess of flute. And in the snare, you're probably looking closer to 6 or 7K. You got a lot of that snap. What we're gonna need more than a snap is the pop. So a little less and a little more. And that's, I think, the tilt that you need to make with your snare here is like tilt the EQ towards the low end away from the top. And you should have a decently balanced snare. It's very percussive. It's like it's snapping through, which is good. But, you know, in which frequency is it more important that it snaps through? I argue the low mids. The flutes, I know it's a little jarring. I was trying to get it reduced so it's not as intrusive in the ear, if that makes sense. That was a pretty good sounding snare, not gonna lie. Yeah, it sounds good. It's just that I know that in the mix, it's not gonna be balanced with the rest. Because the kick and the hi-hats are both more like analog, almost recorded with a ribbon mic sounding. Very, very soft top end, whereas the snare has this extremely pronounced high end and it stands out from the rest of the kit. So it sounds like it's an element that is not in the same drum kit or was not recorded in the same environment. It just sounds post-produced as fuck. Post-production. So that's why I'm thinking it's standing out. I meant the snare you just did. You should beatbox. Oh, the or the yeah, I do beatbox a little bit, but like just you know, at open mics if there's rappers who need like a backing beat or something like that, I don't, just for fun, you know. If I still did old school beats, I would definitely use this. Yeah, exactly. It definitely feels old school in that respect. I will say that when you do get in this section here, the flutes is cool. The flutes, they are cool. But then in this section, start to detune themselves a little bit, which could work, but I think that they need to be brought back in the mix if that's the case. They need to sort of just oscillate tuning-wise rather than stand out in that really awkward way. Not only that, but I think that a lot of those moments where the flute is active, there's other elements that are going on in the background, and that's fine, but I think that you're going to need to like rework your balance, your mix of those elements because it seems dense, specifically when the flute's in. Like in this section here, you have those sort of weird synthy elements in the background, and that's good. That's keeping the air, but I would place those differently in the mix. For instance, I would probably take those hovery elements and spread them to your far left and your far right. Like that would be the way I would approach that. Specifically to solve 2 problems. 1, the density in the center. 2, actually 3 problems. 1, to solve the density in the center. 2, to leave space for your vocalist. And 3, to fix the next problem that I have here written down, which is you have so much going on in the center and nothing going on in the left right except maybe a little hi-hat nearer, closer to the right, and maybe some cymbal splashes in the left and right. But like, there's that, and there's that, and there's a little bit of that, and then there's all of this nebulous space around here, which is all being lost and misused almost. Like you have the space to put things there. Put them there by all means. Hi-hat pan slightly to the right, if I'm hearing that correctly. That's bold. I don't necessarily know if it's a good idea for rap because it feels very more like rock and metal choice. I might pan that to the center or bold left and right, but don't do that yet. See how you can fill the space otherwise. Like for instance, with those hovering sort of that's not a flute, everything that's hovering in the background. Take that in its center right now, spread it. Get the Polyverse Wider plugin, free to download, and it'll make your life super easy because you could set exactly where you want it in the frequency spectrum. If you want, you can throw your snare. Your snare reverb specifically, you can also throw it a little bit into the left and right. The plugin is called Wider. It's literally written as Basterix wrote. Wider VST. It's made by Polyverse Music, Polyverse Digital. It's the guys who make who are Infected Mushroom. They designed it, and it's so good. It's so good. You're going to have to be careful because certain instruments don't sound as good in certain percentages. It's something to do with the phasing and the frequencies, but don't just settle on a number. Settle on a sound because sometimes let's say I often see myself at 60, around between 60 and 70%. I see myself avoiding those percents because it's out of phase with a lot of the mid instruments that I use. But it's not a rule. It's just be careful when you're setting your percentage because you might phase out your instruments and they might actually get lost in the mix rather than widened. I love Wider can be used for sound design too. Super wide and distorted stuff. It can be cool. It absolutely can be. And that was pretty much the last note that I had, is use your stereo image more effectively. So let's get those high mids cleaned up a little bit. Let's get the overlapping patterns to fill up the space a little bit more left and right, and also to kind of let some room breathe a little bit for your vocals. Let's get a couple of string stabs in there. Let's get a couple of aesthetic sort of choices in there, because right now there's an aesthetic kind of environment, but there's no sparkles, and I want the sparkles, right? So all right, so that's pretty much all I got for you, Doom. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you. Great idea. I want to hear this when it's got someone on it, because it's the exact kind of hip hop that I would be listening to anyways. Hip hop with these sort of really cool beats, but more focused on the mastery of the actual artist rapping on it than the musicality of it, which is exactly what I want. And I want something super aesthetically pleasing to the ears, that's going to set a nice pace for someone who's going to just smash it out of the park verbally and vocally. And this does that. So that's really nice. So nice aesthetic design. And thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to move on down the line here, folks. We got a couple people. Doom, stick around, of course, as we move on to the next person in the queue. Basterix, it is indeed you. And we got also Lunchbox, who joined the queue. We appreciate you back in with us here, Lunchbox. Thanks you very much. Win review, Dan. This guy really is in depth. Young Slit, welcome to the Studio Mic stream, my dude. That is what we do. So to give you a little context for those who don't know me, my name is Mike. If you didn't figure it out, I don't know where you could have possibly missed it. But yes, I'm a studio and live sound engineer. Although sometimes you're going to see evidence to the contrary in the decisions I make, such as the entire first 2 minutes of this stream where I forgot to unmute my microphone. So despite evidence to the contrary, I am a studio and live sound engineer, certified, schooled, experienced, all of that jazz. I'm also a musician. I've been playing drums and guitar for the past 20 years or so at this point. Something like that. 15 years for guitar, I think. No, 20 years for guitar and 25 years for drums. That's the math on that. And something like 30 years been in playing music, even as a hobby, obviously. But the past 10 been taking it more professionally seriously. Let's since 2015 or so, been actually trying to do it professionally. Joke was on me, eh, Ma? Anyways, so we're going to be moving on down the line here, folks. We do have Basterix's track pulled up and ready to go. But yeah, the reason I explain that is to give you a little context that I am versed in not only mixing, mastering, studio kind of arrangement, but also stuff with arrangement, songwriting, composition, lyrics. Lyrics is just so underrated as an importance, and you know, it's what I'm here for as well as other reasons. Doom, I love that you were here with us today. We appreciate you very much, but unfortunately it is going to be only one submission per day, so I'm going to go ahead and remove you here from this queue, and I do apologize for that, but it is one track per day per customer, and you have nothing to worry about, Doom, nothing whatsoever. It is my pleasure to have had you on the stream. All right, we got this work in progress that Basterix is calling Break, and boy do we need one in this at this point in this world, don't we? So let us. I'm just gonna put Basterix. If anybody would ever try to read this notebook, they would think that there was an ancient society that existed before the Egyptians that designed scrawlings incomprehensible to modern technology, aka my handwriting is illegible. All right, let us listen to the work in progress by Basterix called Break. We've got 10 minutes on the clock for you. If you want 15, all you need to do is subscribe. You skip the ads and you skip getting that 10-minute espresso sort of feel of your review. But let's go. Break by Basterix. I almost did the asterisk and asterisk. Let's 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go. That was a super cool track. Like, let's start there. That was super cool. The drops are super original and innovative, and they still have sort of a side-bass kind of drum and bass feel. But they take me in a different direction. They kind of put me in a situation where I'm like, I think that there's distortion on this master. But it sounds cleaner than everything that I've heard with the distortion on a master. It sounds like you've specifically distorted elements to be as fat as they need to be for this mix. Also, it's a loud export, so it's I guess a lot of people consider that to be a good thing, I suppose. But yeah, okay. Let's talk about this a little bit, because the drop I basically have one thing to say about any of your drops. The drops were by far the strongest part of your song. Hands down, the strongest part of your song. Now, I gotta say, the only thing that I like about the breaks and the intro, I like the chord progression, the back and forth between those two very sort of evil sounding kind of chords. Rather it would like be more like a very, very kind of minor seventh to the flat sixth, minor seventh, or major seventh rather, or not major seventh, but just the seventh. It's really cool. It's a really cool chord progression. But that's about the only thing that I like about your intro and your break, which is ironic because the song is called Break. I would hope that you have better ideas for yours, because it's let's just bounce back between the two sections real quick. I think there are better things to do than, just two chords and like a build, or two chords and a exceedingly... thanks, Spades. Two chords and an exceedingly painful hi-hat break like we have here. Which, by the way, is another thing you're going to need to fix, is those hi-hats are extremely painful on the ears, so you're going to need to fix that. It is very copy-paste based lyrics, I agree with you. I definitely found the breaks underwhelming in my opinion. The drums were very flat, and while the drop, they were nice and fat. Agreed on that as well. I did not spend a lot of time on the breaks, only the drum breaks. Well, good. Look, listen, you focused... all right. Thanks, Lunchbox. You focused on the meat, which is good. The meat... and the fat, if you will, but the bones of it, the bare bones, if you will, of a break and an intro are still very important to the entire ecosystem here. So you have a bass. What I like is that chord progression kind of informs these parts here, which I like. So I don't necessarily hate that the chord progression exists in these sections. I think everything around it, you're going to need to work on it. I said that I have one thing to fuck with on the the drops. It's actually two. I made a mistake. 2 or 3? Well, no, one is basically two sub points, basically. Okay, so let's start by talking either way about your work on the drop. So let's hear this sort of huge environment that you've created. You know what I hear in those moments, especially in those whoa, in those moments, I hear a whole lot of reverb throw-on potential. Reverb throw-on and throw-off potential. I think I could do it with manually with my computer, just with my mixer. Let me just show you what I mean. Huge! Just that one at the end right there when there's space missing, when there's like literal empty space that you could fill. Huge change. And I think that you can fuck with that in general. Like, fuck with some reverb throw-ons for those types of moments. But you said something interesting in the chat here. My reverb game is kind of weak, not gonna lie. And I kind of have to agree with you here. Because the other elements, they have the opportunity to have these subtle reverbs that establish their sheer size. What I see here, okay, in terms of, let's talk about in terms of scale, of size here. I see a synth. If we're looking in terms of, I don't know, I like Dungeons and Dragons. Let's talk about monsters in terms of scale, how big creatures are. So we got, like, let's say your baby synths are kind of like dogs or cats, and you got these little like sort of high pitched synths, and then you got your like mid synths, which are kind of like dragons, I guess. They're like big, they roar, they breathe flames, and then you got this motherfucker right here. that psytrance sort of bass, the psy bass that you got going on, that's a fucking Dune worm. That's the, you seen Dune? You seen the movie Dune? That's the fucking worm. That's the big sort of, it's the lowest, it's the biggest, it makes the ground shake. It's the fucking Dune worm. And in order to establish the scale of such an immense beast of epic proportions, how does one show how big something is? It's either you demonstrate how small something else is beside it, right? Or when we're talking about reverb, you establish how big the space is around it, and you show that in this massive, unfathomable sized space that is the Earth, this worm still consumes a whole lot of space. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make you create Arrakis so that the Dune worms, I don't know if that's the planet that had the Dune worms. I don't know. I just know like two things about Dune. It's a great movie. Denis Villeneuve, homeboy from Quebec. That's my point here, is like create the world around this monster so that we feel the scale of it. Now, we don't have to turn that reverb up terribly loud. We don't have to make it almost annoyingly loud, this reverb, but definitely establish how big this beast is just given the space around it. I saw Dune 1 and 2 back-to-back 2 days ago. I'm going to try that at some point when I have the patience to sit through 7 hours of Denis Villeneuve. All right, I definitely see the vision. Good, I'm glad. In D&B, a lot of times we'd put a high or low pass filter on it and some reverb and let that main bass drown out as you reach the end of your 16th. That's a way of going about it. You nailed it, Lunchbox. I'm glad you saw it. I will make space for Shai Hulud! Lisan Al-Gaib! So yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say about your track either way. You got to establish space. You might also consider in your drops, this is like the second unrelated note to your like spatial design, you might consider throwing some amen breaks that have been like put through a megaphone effect, kind of like super high pass, super low pass, distortion on them. Like just throw in some of those to create a little play with negative space, to create some silence, like nothing else but you know, like just something like that. Just to destabilize a little bit of the balance. There we go. Valhalla Ubermod is your friend. I don't know Valhalla Ubermod. Is that a free plugin by any chance? He says, pulling up Valhalla Ubermod. Automate time and feedback on your drums. Interesting. It's not free. It's $50. So not for me currently, but good to know. I mean, if it's as good of a plugin as you say it is, it's probably worth that. But I like the Valhalla Super Massive myself for a delay. Either way, thank you very much, Basterix, for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Basterix bringing the heat in the D&B game for the first time today. We appreciate you. It's basically a delay for drum break fills 100,000%. Okay, good to know. It's heavily endorsed by It's Bluba. Either way, yeah, dude, good track, honestly. Like I said, the drops are fat and huge, and again, they make me want to like fight Dune worms, purple worms as they're known in the D&D sort of lore universe. So well done, but just some things to tweak before it's like full-on Arrakis battle. So yeah, either way, Basterix, thank you for trusting us with your track, and stick around as we move on down this line here, folks. We got 6 people on the queue right now. Right now, it is the turn of Aka Music. We got Young Slit up next, M's Dubs after that, Lunchbox, C9 Lunchbox then we got It's Bluba and 1 Spades 7. Welcome all y'all to the queue and to the chat. We appreciate y'all being with us on this fantastic Feedback Thursday. Usually I do it on Tuesdays. I don't know, do you guys prefer Thursdays? What do you guys prefer? I'm genuinely curious. Because I don't really, it really all just goes with my schedule. Whenever I can fit some time, like to fit like 7 hours to talk about music, you know what I mean? Try and keep it weekly, but I'll be honest with you, when a corporate contract comes in and offers me the bucks, I'm like, all right, stream. All right, chat. I'll be back next week instead. Unless y'all want to pay my bills, I mean, then I'm happy to be with y'all. But subscribe, and I'll believe you. All right, we got Aka's track here pulled up. Aka music on this track here, or do you, Robert? Or are you featuring Daddy Yankee? Oh boy, I feel a copyright infringement incoming from this. There's too many names on this. Doesn't matter. It's not my fault. I can monetize because you're the one submitting. You just have to have the permission to submit. So legally, you are the one liable when you are coming in here. But anyways, that's okay. Stream getting muted for this one? Nah, man, because I'm contesting the shit out of it. YouTube won't give a fuck. They'll keep me muted. But Twitch is gonna know that, like, I got your permission, and if you are liable to any money lost, y'all deal with the artist, not me. As is written in the About section and the disclaimer of this stream, if y'all take a look below the stream, you should have read. You should have read. But anyways, I just hope you don't get... I hope no one gets sued. Really. Either way, Robert Falcon, Third Wall, Knack, and the song is called The One, featuring Daddy Yankee Jesus. Are there enough people on this artist? Aka, I'm assuming you are the remixist? Yes, it's an Aka remix. Okay, let's listen to this and talk about it. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
I'm gonna make you the one. Be the one, be the one, be the one. Shawty one, be the one. Be the one, be the one, be the one. Yeah, you wanna lock it down. Only you can do it right. Be the one. Be the one, be the one, be the one, be the one.
Tú sabes bien, pide porque tú sabes bien, pide porque tú sabes bien. Hoy se pierde la puta pero cambia la suerte. Basta, ahora en mi sueño hay ganas. Basta, ahora en mi sueño hay ganas.
I be wanting that, got my eyes on that. Could you buy it? My eyes on that. See, I'm gonna make you the one. Be the one, be the one, be the one, be the one. Shawty one, be the one. Be the one, be the one, be the one, be the one. Yeah, you wanna lock it down. Only you can do it right. Be the one, be the one, be the one, be the one, be the one.
Okay. Okay. What's up, Lava Beats? Welcome. Thank you for following. We appreciate you. Would I have time to put a track in the queue? Yeah, you absolutely do. How you doing? Oh shit, wrong stream. I don't know what you mean, Slit. And also, that's a sentence that I never thought I'd say. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit, Eka. So what's your role here exactly? You just took the acapellas and you reproduced everything else. Is that what I'm to understand here? How do I have a SoundCloud notification? What? Reposted. Okay, someone reposted my track. It's a drop link in chat, or is there a place I should put the link in? You're going to want to do command feedback in the chat, Lava Beats, to get some instructions if you wish to submit your song today. There you go, you got it. It's a Big Jibba reference. Oh, okay, I don't know what that is. Yes, pretty much it's for a remix competition. Okay, good to know. So, okay. The intro, let's go chronologically. Why not? Let's just go chronologically. So let's talk about this intro. It starts off pretty strong. I'll say in general, your mixing is like pretty fat. Everything is pretty well defined. Everything is nicely placed in a stereo image. All of the boxes are kind of checked off. It just feels like it's lacking like animus, like oomph. And I think that is because I don't think you place enough hype on your own song. I don't think you give us enough reason to keep listening to the next section. Let me illustrate what I mean by that a little bit. So let's start with this intro because it starts off pretty strong, pretty fat. You're getting to the point. You're giving us a lot of the elements coming in one after the other. That's great. Good job so far. We've established this aesthetic here, and now you're hovering here. It's fine. You got some time. You had a choice to introduce at this point something new that would like have taken the energy just a little notch higher to almost insinuate that something else is about to happen. My thought would have been something in the low end, like bass specifically. Let's actually, you know what? Let's try it out because I just so happen to have a bass guitar right here. It's just a coincidence of these proportions. Let's see, what do we got? We got C? No, not even close. Am I in drop D or something? No, I don't think so. Oh, sorry, that's where it is. There we go. Okay, let's see what we can do here because I feel like there is a better. Let's start from the top and let's see if we can introduce something a little bit more energetic. So yeah. Already it's filling some gap that is not happening, that is otherwise not being filled. Let me just check my tuning for a second, guys, because I think I'm off. I was badly off and I was playing badly for sure. Okay, good to know that I was just completely off. But because it was an A, right? No, an A flat. That's what I thought. Okay, cool. Now, this is the other thing that I think you should add is a fucking build-up. I wish I had my drums so that I can illustrate both, like record loops over what's going on here. But like, I think you should have a build here. Let me try actually. Okay. Let me see if I could let me see if I can do some multi-handed shit here. Hold on. Let me see if I could do something. From the top here. It's bad. I was so bad. I hated that so much. Like, my performance was bad, but you get what I'm saying, is that those sections, they need something more than just them. You know what I mean? Last thing I say, time got away from me here just listening to the song and talking about this and talking about the bass. But like, this is the sort of last thing that I'll say. Whoops. This is the last thing that I'll say about this track here is your second half of your drops. And as a matter of fact, let's talk about your drops real quick. Very copy-pasted feel. So like, I feel like the second half of your drop in general is very meh. It doesn't ascend. So you have a problem here with ascension in this song, so you don't expand fast enough. The way I thought was that to keep the first drop simple and easy and then introduce a build-up in the second drop. You can if you wish, but I find, if I'm being honest with you, Eka, the second drop, it actually drags. The song drags to get to the second drop, and I'm kind of anxious to get to it. So I would definitely put a build up in the second drop, but I would cut your second break in half if you're gonna do both. Because honestly, otherwise, just drop right into the second drop. They did do a build in the second run, but the snare kind of threw me off. It sounded robotic and sterile. Yeah, so not only were the sounds of the drop of the build okay, there's a lot to talk about in this song, unfortunately, and we've run out of time. If you wish to extend the time, or if you wish to, in general, have a longer time, feel free to subscribe, guys, because Tier 2 gets 15 minutes and a little bit more in-depth review. But I do have a lot more to say about this song here. I just, unfortunately, don't have the time to talk about everything that it needs. So either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, to provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's got a good bass. Maybe flip around the arrangement a little so it's a chorus, bridge, chorus. Maybe you put the build at the first part and not at the second part. I'm not sure. We've got stuff to talk about it for sure, though. I think, like, in general, the copy-pasted drop, the second half of your drop, the build that comes up, that doesn't come up fast enough in the second time and doesn't come at all in the first time. I think there are things to be discussed and to be expanded upon. And if you wish to do so off stream, we can arrange a consultation. But otherwise, if you wish, come back next time, get a little subscription in you, and make it so that you could have a little more time on air to talk about these things. Either way, thank you, Eka, for trusting us with your track. We appreciate it. And we are moving on down the line. Stick around, Eka, as sometimes I have notes for another song that I'm working on, such as the next one that we're going to be talking about, Young Slits. That name, can't get over it. Sometimes I have notes that are applicable to songs that that are not yours, but that kind of still pertain to you and your music. So it might behoove you to stick around and hear if there is a note or two in someone else's song that might pertain to you. But yes, we've got Young Slits song pulled up here. The song U3, produced by Bergio. I never know when people replace the vowel with an X. I never know what the point of that is. But we got Slit on this track, which is a hell of an artist name. So the song is U3. So I'm assuming Young Slit. I'm assuming that you are going to be the one rapping or singing on this, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know what his name exactly is, too. That's funny. Okay. Either way, we got U3, produced by that guy, this individual, but artist name, Everything But the Beat. All right. Slit on the track. U3, 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
I've noticed the difference in the feeling. It keeps getting colder and colder. You say that I'm tripping, so I'm increasing the distance. My lover, goodbye forever, yeah. But what am I to do when we were alone? Is all I think about. Ooh, went deep inside, think I saw something in you. let's meet tonight. Baby, hit the lights. The things wanna do to you, the list getting longer. It get longer. And you say that we do, but I swear to you, it ain't over. It ain't over. The things wanna do to you, the list getting longer. It get longer. And you say that we do, but I swear to you, it ain't over. We ain't over. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, too sweet. What's the boy? Can you wear a loose sleeve? Got your hands made with breakfast and Gucci. A little two-piece. And they came with a drink. Good bitch, and she do what I say. I'ma break shit, bitch. I be running these plays. I ain't quitting shit, bitch. Don't wear my rings. And my mama rich shit. Just go outside on my freeze and shit. Got a fuck for your saints. Nah, I ain't fuck with no lanes. You ain't see me, I don't know what to say. Just bump my tie here. Keep telling them put the fake. The things wanna do to you. The list getting longer. It get longer. And you say that we do, but I swear to you, it ain't over. We ain't over. The things wanna do to you, the list getting longer. It get longer. And you say that we do, but I swear to you, it ain't over. We ain't over. Nah.
Oh, well, shit. I was about to light my spliff, but I'm gonna light it anyways. No! I turned autoplay off! I turned that shit off before I started this fucking... Anyways. I hate autoplay. It's a bad function. Oh, fight me. Alright. Nick Flanagan, welcome in. Appreciate you. Is the clock on the right time left in this stream? No, it's the time left on this review. The stream clock is the queue, if you will, which is how you get into the queue and how young Slit got his way into the queue. All right, Slit, let's talk for a second. So this isn't necessarily your fault, but it could possibly be your fault. An easy thing to avoid is what I call the 420 milliseconds rule. Let's listen to the way your song starts. Whoop, back to the start. You know how it cuts off and there's like a little pop? It almost like pops like a distortion. That's because you're not starting at what's called a zero crossing point, a part where there's no waves in the positive or the negative spectrum. It's basically when there is no sound. That's when you're supposed to start your song. So the way I recommend people do it is to export your song. Real simple. Instead of exporting beat 1, measure 1 as the start of your song, take beat 1, measure 1 and export 420 milliseconds of silence before that point. What that'll do is audiences will have basically you push the play button and it'll give this little short like it's kind of like that exact amount of time. Play song, and it kind of gives the audience the impression of like their button, their push almost having more of an impact. First of all, and second of all, it's also that your song will not get cut off, which is what's happening currently right over here. It's like you are losing information in your song. So yeah, you don't want to lose information in your song. You want to give some space before the song actually starts so that it pops up. And the third reason why 420 is important, well, I'll let you know when I figure that one out. So that's the first thing. Very easy thing to resolve. Just export your song 420 milliseconds before your beat 1, measure 1. All right. Second, and this is important too because it sounds a little more amateurish than it needs to, your vocals specifically. Not the flow. Your flow's pretty good. Your lyrics are pretty good. Your pronunciation, not my favorite, but it's not quite mumble rap. You still understand the words. It's just a little less diction. But one could argue that this kind of diction is just stylistic. It's not so much ruining the content or the meaning of your words. This is more just leaning stylistically into an accent more than anything else. That's fine. But your auto-tune though, because you got auto-tune on, I hear it kind of kick in after a second or two of you singing. Let's go to a part of your song where the auto-tune should be working faster because you hear your voice not hitting those notes quite as fast as they need to.
And you say that we do, but I swear to you, it ain't over. It ain't over.
So what you want to do is, I swear to you, it all, like you're going to each note. You're hoping that the auto-tune kind of picks up that slack. But in order for it to do so, you need to turn its speed higher. So it hits the notes that are in the scale of what you're singing faster. Because if you leave too much time between it, then it's going to leave you to hit those notes. So you are going to have to manually go, well, I swear you, and you're going to have to kind of jab at your singing. Like you're going to have to kind of stop, do what's called a glottal stop, basically, where you kind of stop your voice for a moment from rolling over your vocal cords, just quick enough for you to switch to the next. And it's super, really, really tough to get those clean separations, and I'm not even good at it. I practice that every now and then when I'm doing my vocal warm-ups, and I'm like, ooh, I need to tighten that shit up. So if you're gonna do that, that's cool. I respect you for trying. The thing is, you have to nail it. Otherwise, just turn your auto-tune faster so that it can get those notes for you. Because I hear it trying, but I hear it's not fast enough. All right, that's one thing. Next thing, you've got I like a 1/4 or 1:4 ratio speed per note transition if you want a little cheat sheet. Yeah, sure. That's a good general rule because it's just kind of a very good guideline. But honestly, if you're going to use auto-tune at that point and you don't necessarily care that it sounds transparent, just slam it, bud. You know what I mean? Like, don't obviously find the part that sounds good. Find the measure that sounds good for your voice. But like, manually tuning is the most ideal because you get to tune each note properly. Anyways, the next thing that I like in your song is that your vocals, you've doubled them. You've doubled your vocals, which is nice. It's very cool because we need those doubles to emphasize those sections, and I think this is one of them. Two voices recorded one on top of the other. That's good. Doubling is a very good trick for all genres of music ever. The only thing that I'm missing in this song is like ad-libs, like little yeah, yeah, like those little things, those little jabs, like that are part of a rapper or a singer's personality kind of thing. Thank you, Lunchbox. That keeps this song fresh. That's the kind of things that we're missing because it's an R&B/soul sort of vibe. We can use like not necessarily those kind of ad-libs, but maybe we do like swear you. No, like little vocal ad-libs, little throw-ons and stuff like that. And that's one idea. The other thing about your vocals, and I'm going to be focusing mostly on your vocals at this point. First of all, when you perform, blow your nose. It sounds weird, but listen to your pronunciation.
Got your hands made represent Gucci, a little two-piece.
A little toothpaste, that doozy, I do the zabadoozy. Like, dude, let air pass between your nose and your mouth freely. Like there's this thing that I'm able to do where I blow up a balloon and then I open my mouth and then I let the air flow out of my nose. And it's the weirdest thing ever. It's the weirdest thing ever. But it allows me when I'm singing to control how much air goes into my nose and how much air comes out of my mouth. You see, it's like sort of a deviation of air. So I can control how much nasality there is in my notes. Stupid, but it works. But I will say this for your vocals. Your sound of your vocals is thin. So you're going to want to probably take off a little bit of that high pass that you probably put on to cut off some of the low mids. We want some of those low mids in your vocals. We want that. We want throw-ons. We want delays. And we want harmonics. Listen to how this would sound. This is my last note. Listen to how this would sound with harmonics right at the end of your song. Listen to this shit. Come on, give some harmony, give some love to your vocals. Like, add some layers onto it. Add some complexity onto it. Clean up the mix a little bit. Clean out your nose a little bit. and give us some layers. Give us some ad-libs. Give us some delays. Give us some harmonies. Give us some of that love on your vocal tracks. Not just the lead and the double. Give us some long-term vision. You know, something that's not going to just entertain us the first time we listen to it, but it's going to entertain us the 20th time we listen to it, because there's always these little things, these little added details that add so much to the storytelling of your vocals. So think that way, I think, is my biggest piece of advice to you. Think long-term. What is it going to take for someone to be continually entertained by this song? That's how you do it. Either way, Young Slit, thank you for allowing us to listen to this song. Feedback, criticism, comments, analysis, what have you, whatever order I usually do it. You guys probably know that better than I do. Thank you, Nick Flanagan, for the follow. We're close to our goal, y'all, folks. Big 750. Circular breathing OP. Yeah, dude, it's kind of circular breathing, except I don't know how to like keep the air within my system. It's just kind of like to let it in and out of the mouthfular area. The facial area is what it is. I try to use donate to Skip, but the link isn't working. Oh, I'm gonna have to look into that. How go about sending Skip? There is Nick Flanagan. I don't know. You could either donate 500 bits or tip whatever. Cheer 500 bits or tip $5. That's how that works. Thanks so much for the listen and the review, Nick. I'm not Nick, but you're welcome, Young Slit. It's Mike. Close though. I'll be back when I got new stuff. Good to know. Already love the feedback on this channel. I'm glad you do, Nick Flanagan. Are you live on another platform? I am not. I'm not supposed to be. I think I switched Facebook and YouTube off, so I should not be. I used to do that while on the didgeridoo. I used to use that while on the didgeridoo. Yeah, didgeridoo's pretty badass. I will not lie to you. It's a good technique to have. I won't lie. How do I tip $5? I think this should work. There you go. I think that's how you should be able to do it. It should work, and if it doesn't work with that, then I have no idea. All right. Either way, Young Slit, again with that name as a banger. Thank you for trusting us with your track. We're gonna move on. Nick Flanagan, while you figure out how to skip, it doesn't seem super complex to me as an issue, but we're gonna move on to M's Dubs. I don't know what it is, whatever. We're pulling up your song right now as we speak, and here we go. Yeah, it's pulling up again. I did not introduce that song. I already see a mistake made. I did not introduce the song, however, I will now. Hey man, looking for some ideas to help me finish this track, if that's cool. Well, you came to the right place. M's Dubs. Sorry, I'm writing your name down in all the wrong ways. Yep. Is it EMZ Dubs or M's Dubs? I don't know. Whatever it is. Either way, you came to the right place. Represent with a Z. Yeah, I'm Canadian. What do you want? The work in progress. All that donate link not working either, having no such luck. Geez, really? Let's just see what it gives, guys. I'll get right with you here, M's Dubs. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's working for me. So I don't know what to tell you. 500 bits on Twitch is the other way of going about that. So, Represent, the work in progress by Ethn, otherwise known as M's Dubs. Let's listen and let's talk about it. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Okay. I should have probably had an ear warning issued for people because that shit was super loud and also super shrieky and piercing. I'm not surprised if people left because that was like sudden and jarring. If you have songs like that, folks, feel free to let us know. Earphone warning. Some of us are listening on headphones. I'm not, but even without headphones, that was still very jarring, is the word that I wrote down. So let's talk about a couple of things that we can improve about it, including that it is extremely jarring. First of all, we talked about it on the last review, EM's dubs or M's dubs. If you were here, you know already. .420 millisecond rule. You're losing portions of your song here. We are missing what you worked so hard to craft, which is beat 1, note 1. It's getting cut off here because you exported at beat 1, note 1, or like beat 1 of measure 1. What you want to do is export 420 milliseconds before that so this doesn't happen. Okay. Your high mids, when they come in, I'll say that it does take a while for them to come in. Like, I don't think this intro is nearly as short as I don't think it needs to be nearly this long. I think you could cut this section in half and cut this section in half, and you will have a better song for it, and you will have more room for another drop, more room for a break, and then another drop. I don't know what you want to do. I don't want to tell you how to live your life, but this intro drags for a while. To get to have to take. First of all, ow, ow, ow. And it gets worse, and there's other impacts too in this build. But to take 28 seconds to get just to your build is a long time if you don't have a lot of interesting things going on that are keeping our attention. I believe that that's not the case in this particular intro. I think we could do better to either spice this section up or cut it in half. Second of all, these stabs. That too. These high mids, these highs. There you go, Nick Flanagan. You figured it out. There we go. All right. So just take a second here to take Nick Flanagan and put him next. I said, oh Jesus, it's not working. It's not working. To put him next, not first. God damn it. Next in the queue. There you go. You're second. You're coming up next, Nick Flanagan. Thank you for the tip and thank you for the skip. We appreciate you. All right. So, these high mids are out of control. Out of control. Really stabby and really hurting my ears. And I think we could subdue them a little bit and achieve the same impact that you are achieving. Stymie the bleeding in my ears, please. Please help me stop the bleeding in my ears. Now, let's get to the drop, because the drop is creative. I will not take that away from you. It is well executed. Even the false drop kind of... It's so loud. Let's just start there. Guys, I know the loudness wars are real. I know it's a real thing. When you have aggressive songs, you, as a creator of music, your goal, right? There's two things you want your audience to do. Turn it up and play it again. That's like, if I am getting my song out there, what are the two things I want my audience to do when they hear my song come on? I want them to turn it up, and when it's over, I want them to play it again. This, automatically, I'm inclined to turn it down. Why? Because it's too loud. Some loudness is good. Loudness plus aggressivity in your tonal choices, in your sound design, in your mix, everything being loud and aggressive, I'm turning down. And it's not just to protect my hearing. It's because I don't need to have it as loud. I don't need to. You've turned it up for me. So now my duty is to find a reasonable listening volume. So you've sort of betrayed yourself here by making it too loud in the drop. Because there's a notable difference between this section here Those two have a jump in volume difference, and it is the thing about high volume is that the differences between like minus 0.5 dB and plus 0.5 dB, it is such a huge sonic difference. It's crazy the subtlety that 0.1 dB has at this scale, near 0 dB. So, ow is my overarching thought here. The Fletcher-Munson curves. Indeed, Bluba. Someone pulling shit up that I haven't seen since fucking music school. The perceived loudness of audio. Correct. The Fletcher-Munson curves. The levels at which we hear different frequencies, no matter what the digital meters are telling us they are at. So at this point, high mids, I have no need to tell you that they are the most aggressive on the ears. Our ears are tuned to hear mid and high mids because that is the sound of human voice, and we are trained to identify each other first and foremost as a communal sort of species, humans. And the thing with this is that there's excessive high mids, so it's making me go like, ugh! It's making me like the meme of the guy who gets woken up by the light. That guy. That's what it's making me do. Let's listen to the drop, though, guys, because this is one thing I said I won't take away from it. The creativity is there. Let's listen together. Now, the sound design is mental. Like, we all agree, the layers, the inverse square law. Yes, devious furball. I love when mathematics comes into play here on this stream. Yeah. So the sound design again is very well executed, Dubs. Now I just want you to understand that you have noise, you have distortion, you have overdrive, you have saturation on everything. What does this mechanically do to your song? It makes everything sound similar. It makes everything kind of blend together in a sort of jumbling of noise. So nothing really stands out. Your kick and your snare, which are huge sounding, there's noise on them, so they kind of get muffled with the rest of the noise. Your main woo, 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 that super crazy synth, which I love, what happens when you put distortion on it? It gets smushed into that sort of everything has distortion sound. Distortion is not just a tool that is meant to be applied until you hear it. Sometimes distortion is a tool that is meant to be applied until you hear the elements that you are distorting better. E basta, as they say in Italian. And that's enough, as it's translated in English. Like, that's all you really need, is just sometimes some elements, like drums specifically, you don't necessarily want to hear the distortion on your kick or on your snare. Sometimes you do. But in cases where everything is distorted, no, you do not, I would argue. Maybe your bass, maybe your synth, maybe something else doesn't have distortion on it. I don't know. I don't want to tell you how to do your job. All I know is that if everything in your main big drop that is super creative, super well sound designed, super like well mixed in terms of leveling and maybe not in terms of like overall level, if all of that is fine-tuned, but then you just slap a different kind of distortion or saturation on everything, you lose all of that hard work that you've done designing such a creative riff, and honestly what ends up sounding like is just one big mass of sound. That, I fear, is what's happening here in this song. I kind of prefer to have distortion be a selective choice rather than the aesthetic. I will say it's better to apply distortion as you have done on individual elements differently on each of them than it is to put distortion just on the master and call it a day. I don't love that sound, and it sounds kind of like that's happening here, except I can distinguish different textures of distortion between elements, which is what tips me off that that's not the case. But it sounds like that's the case, and that's a shame, because you're losing dynamic, you're losing frequencies, you're losing mix, frequencies, like actual your EQing work. You're losing hard work on that, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I would want your track to shine a little bit more than that. So either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's Bluebus saying, If you produce on monitors, make sure they're always at least 75 dB loud, because of Fletcher Munson and highs will have less impact than they would at a high volume, because when we play things loud, the bass kind of just gets squashed till the highs get distorted by the speakers. That's right. My potentiometer is always at 50%, but that actually represents about 75, 80% of my loudness available to me on this speaker system, which is correct. That's how you mix. You mix at about 70, between 65, between 2/3 and 3/4 loudness of your system's capacity. Yes, because specifically, otherwise Fletcher Munson curves you will interpret the frequencies as coming out of your speakers differently than they actually are. That is accurate. Ish. That didn't make sense. Low volume equals more bass, less highs. Loud volume equals more highs, less bass. That's right. And to hear a balance, you want to know if you mix too much bass in your speakers, you turn your mix, you turn your volume down, but then you turn it back up to like 65% loudness to mix equal level. Nick Flanagan, what up? It's Bluba. I'm getting back feedback on the song I know you hated previously, so I assume you won't have changed your mind and will still despise it. Okay, y'all are talking between each other. That's cool. I'm still in the camp of distortion equals bad/overdriven. I find it hard to reset my brain and go, no, that's supposed to have the energy. It's supposed to be that hard. Yes. Yeah, I kind of agree, Divas Furball, but I think that there's a space for audible distortion. I think that there's a safe space for audible distortion. And I think some things actually sound better with audible distortion. Like a good snare drum will have audible distortion on it, one way or the other. Definitely, man, thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate you. And thank you, EMZ Dubs or M's Dubs, for trusting us with your track, one way or the other. Let's move on down the line to Nick Flanagan, our only tipper. I was going to say stripper, but that's not what you are. Our only tipper and skipper that's the word I was looking for, of the stream today. Go ahead and drop your link directly in the chat as we listen to what you guys are saying. Yes, you explained it a lot better. It's kind of like part of this territory here is learning how to say things wordually. Most been enjoying the humor in it, but for some reason I recall you saying it was ass lol. It was my first time on Twitch that night, so that's for the warm welcome. Was that me? Was that me? Was that you're talking to Bluba? You're talking to Bluba. I gotcha. Nick Flanagan, drop your link in the chat, my dude. It's directly in this chat that you have to drop it. Twitch chat. Nice and easy. I keep it all in one platform. We do have a Discord, though, guys. If you guys want to check it out, command Discord in the chat to get the link, and I'll allow permissions after I know that you're an actual human and you've interacted with me for some time. Yeah. Where are you from, bro? I am from Montreal in Canada. Hence why I'm smoking right on stream, because it's legal here. And as long as I don't violate any laws of any kind on Twitch, that's cool. That's super cool. Nick Flanagan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is where I point out you didn't read the fucking rules as you entered in the chat. You just pressed, okay, got it, and you didn't fucking read. Nick Flanagan, I will need a SoundCloud link from you. YouTube is no. Any platform is no. Spotify is like, what the fuck are you doing on Spotify? You are hurting yourself. What are you? No. But either way, on this stream, it is SoundCloud only. People have told me that it changes the audio quality. I disagree completely. I've not heard that to be the case with any of my songs, with any of your songs. I've not heard that to be the case once, even. Ah, very nice. I'm from Toronto. Well, welcome in from Toronto. Another Canuck. C9 Lunchbox. Appreciate you being with us in the same country, same time zone even. But welcome. Hey, just because you're from Montreal doesn't mean you're a bad person. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. What are you talking about? Do you not know how this works? Montreal is the city of sin. Las Vegas ain't got shit on this fucking city. This is because we operate under the shadows, whereas Las Vegas is just like all out there. Fuck me, Welp. I guess enjoy the donation. I don't use SoundCloud. You know what's good about SoundCloud, Nick Flanagan, is that it's free and it takes 5 minutes to set up. And if you have a Google account, it takes 2 minutes to set up because you could just throw anything on there. The fact that you don't use SoundCloud as if it's like an active choice is hilarious to me because like it's like saying I don't breathe. Like, well, first of all, you like no, that's a bad example. But it's like saying I don't take the bus. It's like you don't have to necessarily. No one has to. But if it's cheaper than other alternatives and it provides a similar service, yeah, like you can absolutely use it because it's very affordable. In this case, free. Well, we're gonna do Nick Flanagan because you have paid for your skip. This is what we're gonna do. Let's take a look at the queue as it is now. I'm gonna pop it up on the screen right here. Right now, Nick Flanagan is live, meaning it would be his turn to upload. We're going to do this, Nick Flanagan. We're going to give you some time to upload to SoundCloud. So go ahead, go on SoundCloud.com, start signing up for it. It's free. It's free, so you should try. And I'll tell you the feedback is worth it, but you don't have to take my word for it. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to put you next. I'm going to put you next in line. So it's going to give you like 10 or so minutes for you to sign up to SoundCloud for free and upload your song that you want listened to for free, right? And that should be plenty of time. You can make it private. You don't have to publish it. You don't have to tell anybody about this. You can upload it privately. That's what I do with most of my songs, except the ones that are available on our SoundCloud. Check it out. SoundCloud.com/Studio Mike. Shameless self-promotion. That said, C9 Lunchbox. Go ahead. Yeah, you knew what I was up to. All right, we got your link pulling up here. Real Itzy. Itzy is a great K-pop artist. I really like Itzy. If you'd like your song reviewed, Real Itzy, go ahead and press command feedback in the chat. Type command feedback in the chat, and you will have access to the instructions. And what will that do? It will also tell you to get your SoundCloud link ready. I'm being a dick. But at the end of the day, Nick Flanagan, I want to hear your music. That's why I'm not just saying, oh, sorry, bro, took your money and run. I could be a dick and do that. But I actually want to listen to your song. You've paid for it, certainly. So that's why, I want this to work. Just a little fun. We're going to be poking at you for not reading. That's what we do here. All right. But for now, we got Stargang, the artist, known otherwise as C9 Lunchbox on Twitch. Let's listen to the song Like This, the 8th version thereof, by Stargang. Let's talk about it thereafter. 10 minutes are on the clock. Inky Maverick, what's up? Welcome. Listen to this song with us, shall you? And then let's talk about it together, how we feel about it and how we would improve it. Let's go!
You ain't never heard shit like this. Nah, you ain't heard shit like this. You ain't never heard shit like this. Nah, you ain't heard shit like this. You ain't heard shit like this. Yeah, labels be calling my phone, just tell them to leave me alone. Yeah, cause I got the shit that they want to stay on the tip of your tongue. Yeah, I got them moving their feet and chewing these beats like gum. Yeah, if I get up in the spot, you know that shit go dumb. Mama said that I should probably get a doctor, cause all this LA shit's been fucking with my conscience. I work for everything like I ain't had the option. If you ain't know, now you know. You ain't never heard shit like this. No, you ain't heard shit like this. Yeah, you never heard shit like this. No, you ain't heard shit like this. You ain't heard shit like this.
before it starts playing the next song. There we go. Let's just drive this back to the beginning here. All right, we ready? Okay. Devious Furball offering some pro tips for SoundCloud to Nick Flanagan, and I appreciate you helping out a SoundCloud newbie. We appreciate that. C9 Lunchbox, just a quick automated master. Okay, good. Travis, is that you? I don't know who you're talking about, Inky Maverick. This sound is dope. Lava Beats, yeah, it's a pretty cool sound. The electronic sounds in the background reminded me of Geometry Dash. It's cool sound, it's a cool aesthetic. I like tricks like that in music because it offers something that we're not exactly expecting in a lot of songs. But it's such an obvious filler, and I love it. It's one of those things like you don't know you needed it until you add it, and then once you add it, you can't get enough of it, and you start adding it in all your productions. It's super it's one of those like fun background elements to work with, and that I would absolutely work with in some of my tracks as well. The aesthetic overall, let's say here for you, C9. The aesthetic overall is very cool. You have a good idea going into this. Now, I have a bit of an issue with your overall, like the density of your song and the mix and the elements, the building blocks and the way you placed them. I have a little bit of issues with those things in particular for this song. And I think that it stems from a couple of different things. First of all, let me just say this. The beginning, I don't know if you know who Falling in Reverse is. Watch the World Burn. Go listen to the beginning of the song Watch the World Burn and listen to this intro and compare them. I just hear, I got voices in my head. I hear it just, it's uncanny how close it is to the intro of the song Falling in Reverse called Watch the World Burn. It's uncanny. It might be the same sample. That's wild. Never heard that song before. Honestly, Falling in Reverse, that album in general is amazing, and that song is hard fucking core. But it's so... when I heard that, I was literally hearing his voice going like, is this a remix or something? Anyways, just something to keep an eye out for. The reason I asked you if it was not mastered or mastered is because the dynamics of this song do not feel mastered to me. Like for me, if I'm going to hear a song mastered, I'm going to expect far more of a dense sort of emphasis on the beat, a lot more vocal, like sort of slammed in my face, and the bass in general at this very constant but powerful level that sits just under the drums. That is not the leveling that I'm hearing in this track, which leads me to believe that it's probably balanced mixed, if I like turn up the volume in a way. Yeah, so the mix it confirms to me. I turned up the volume in my speakers and I hear this sort of this even mix. So it means that you have balanced your things correctly. Now, here's a fun thing about mixing. Here's a fun, chaotic kind of thing about mixing that I love personally, but that is insane to logical people. Your drums have to be unreasonably loud in your mix so that they sit at the right place in your master. This sounds like you balanced it equally to your other lead elements. What we need is stupid loud, like this can't possibly be right loud drums, so that by the time your master kicks in, that is what is controlling the dynamics of your track, and it's not the synths that are calling the shots, or the bass, God forbid, that is calling the shots like it's happening in here. It's counterintuitive, but it's necessary, especially for like really heavy and dense. I keep using the word dense, but density is the sort of sound that you're kind of going after for this. The bass itself is also not exactly at a level that sits perfectly right under the drums. It sounds nestled in there somewhere. I'm talking about your sub, not just your like bass synths, but your actual sub is got to be like, it's got to be constant level all throughout the song, and it's got to be there. So to the point where when you remove it or if you turn it down, it feels like something is missing in the song. That is what I feel right now, like something is missing in the song, and it is the sub. It is, I believe, the sub and the drums. It's Blueba suggests to throw a soft clipper on the bus of your drums, give it some saturation. That is a way to make it perceivably louder in your mix. That is a way. Now beware that distortion removes dynamics. The distortion automatically will enhance the perceived loudness of dynamic elements, but will clip the actual transience of your dynamics a little bit. Try a compressor after with the attack at 90% and the release at 10%. So that's a way of catching back up some of the dynamics, is faking that the dynamics, reshaping those dynamics with a compressor. How would Micah, go about achieving it? Well, I would try this, what Blueba is saying first. I would see if this would do, because if you can make it work with this trick, you will have to avoid a whole lot more work. I promise you that. You throw a soft clipper on your drum bus, and then you put a compressor on to sort of reshape those transients back a little bit. You leave attack at 90%. There's a reason for that. It's because whatever dynamics are coming through whatever dynamics are coming through he got an ad, so we're gonna pause the timer for a second, and we're gonna just play. I know, fucking ads are great. Yeah, so, sorry, we do the ad song when someone who's not a subscriber gets an ad. We do the ad song if we're doing their review live online. I think it's shitty to miss your own song in your own review. So I pause it there. Also, I'd like to sidechain to create a space to punch, but I'm not a good producer, so take what I say with a pinch of salt. Well, we're going to jump into that. We're going to jump back into that devious furball, but the sidechain is a note that I do have as well. We're going to talk about that. So, with 1 minute left on the clock, here we go. You throw some soft clipper on your drum bus. You compress it with a lot of attack so that whatever dynamics are coming through that distortion, you let them through, but then you reshape the rest so that it slams it back down. So it's kind of like you're creating a attack, decay, sustain, release shape of sorts. So that's an artificial envelope that you're creating. If you can make that work balanced in your track enough and turn it up enough with the compressor so that it sits loudly, that'll avoid you a whole lot of headaches. Otherwise, it's just remixing your song, literally remixing from the start. You don't want that. The last thing I'm going to say about your track here, and it's because I hear many moments in the song where nothing's happening. It's not that there's nothing happening. There are things happening in this track. It's just there's no lead elements happening. So in general, you want to strive, especially if you're going after commercial music, you want to strive to have at least one lead element happening at pretty much any point of the song. Preferably not always vocals, because we want to take a break from some things to replace them with others and stuff like that. But yeah, you're essentially, you're kind of not obliged, but you kind of have to always consider what is taking the attention of the audience at any given moment in this song. And if I could scan through and find more than like 5 moments where there's nothing really interesting going on that keeps my attention, then me looking for those moments. Imagine I'm looking for those moments and I can't find one. Imagine someone who's not looking for them and who's waiting for them and who doesn't get them. He's just going to go skip. It's just going to be next song that will give them that storytelling aspect, that something is always happening in their song and their song is worth listening to. That is just basic storytelling 101. We should always be drawn to something in a storytelling concept. And music is storytelling. Music is absolutely storytelling. It may not be using words, although this one is also using words. It may be using mostly sound and not images and visuals, but it is absolutely it is absolutely necessary for you to tell a story that entertains us throughout the duration of your song, because our art is a time-based medium. Art as a painting is a physical medium. Visually speaking, when you're making a movie or you're creating a photograph, those are visual things that can exist outside of time. They can stop. Their time frozen in a moment. Or a video does exist in time. Over time, it changes, but you can stop a video and look at a freeze frame. Music, we don't have that luxury. When we pause it, it stops, and there's nothing there. So that's why when you're playing a song, when someone is playing your song, you have to understand it's a contract that they've written to commit a portion of their attention in time to you. Don't betray them. Don't betray their time. Don't betray the contract. Always keep them entertained. Make them laugh, make them laugh. Sing a song, make a dance, make them laugh. You know, like it's stupid, but it's the reality of music. If you push pause on a song, it stops. You can't just appreciate a freeze frame. Unless you put a looper on that one sample, in which case you're starting Avicii's, that song made by the looping the kick drum. No one wants that. No one wants that. But at the end of the day, you always have to have something leady happening at all moments of your song. So yeah. That's all I got to say about your song, C9 Lunchbox. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Thanks for being Canadian. Go Canada. Oh, Canada, our home and native land. I don't want to say true patriot love, but let's say we're patriotic these days for reasons. Either way, good aesthetic, again, good design, good ideas that you have here, Lunchbox. You're going to need to rethink what you're doing with those ideas so that you entertain us at all moments. Your mix has got to be a lot more juicy and a lot more dense. You got to emphasize your drums, you got to emphasize your bass, and then you're going to have a banger. Yeah? Cool. Thank you for trusting us with your track, and stick around, Lunchbox, as we move on to the next one, which is Nick Flanagan. Is he back? Was SoundCloud too hard of a challenge to figure out? C9 Lunchbox, K-Bet, appreciate the help. I'm going to go work on it now. That's what I like to hear. Amazing. I mean, stick around, of course, if you wish to hear. Hey, he's back. Hey, look at that. It was easy enough to figure out. I'm glad. I'm happy to hear that, Nick. I appreciate that. I appreciate you making it work, because we can finally listen to this song. Actually, you don't waste your money. You still get something of a skip. You were at the end, and you are now next. But he is back, ladies and gentlemen. We got his link. So let Nick go first. I mean, Nick's going right now. Nick's going right now. Nick was supposed to go right then, like before. But, you know, now he's now. It doesn't matter. The past is the past. The present's the present. So let's live in this present together. We got Nick Flanagan. I don't know what to refer to. IBLD. I don't know what the fuck that is. This is my most recent release. It's a wild ass club style vibe. Has had a blast making this, and hope you fuck with some silly shit occasionally. I fucks with silly shit all the goddamn time. And I know short-ass songs are what's popular, and anyone with any sense would have cut this dumbass track short. My silly ass fucked around and added a bridge. Listen, Nick, before we start this review, let me tell you, I don't mind. Pink Floyd is some of my favorite music in the world. Those Opeth is some of my favorite music in the world. Those both motherfuckers have songs that are 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 13 minutes long. Those motherfuckers have long-ass songs. Do you know what the difference is with their songs versus other people who saturate their song with too much length is? They make every second count. Every moment in that song is you experiencing a new aesthetic or a new tale going on within that aesthetic, or a new beat in the story of the tale going on in that aesthetic. Every moment counts. So if this 3-minute 47-second song entertains me for 3 minutes and 40, even 3 minutes and 45 seconds, I'm happy. I don't give a fuck about song length, as long as it's importantly measured. Every minute that's in here as a reason to exist. And you're not just throwing it in to build to a next section, or you're not just throwing it in because, oh, well, I needed the context for the other section and it's later on. There's ways of getting around those things. But anyways, I digress. We have 10 minutes on the clock for this Nick Flanagan. And we have nothing but time for you, dude. So let's listen to IBLD together and let's talk about it. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
I be like, damn, so many women in here half naked dancing around, think my penis shed a tear. Like, damn, take a look at her rear, I ain't bust a nut yet, but I'm feeling this near. Like, damn, almost spilled my beer when she looked my way as if to say, boy, come here. Like, damn, I just know that one thing's clear, there's only one way to make this heart on disappear. Like, step up in it, fresh to death, so definite. Speakers knocking, and the shit is deafening. It's destiny. This girl shaking that ass just right, like there's nothing left in it. And I'm stiff as lead, and she's just let in it. Press against her, gotta stretch, she's exquisite. Gotta squeeze it, she's blessed but not seasoned. Club playing my song while she got me screaming. She's screaming every lyric as I stab her butt. She ain't even single, but fuck it, I'm like batter up. I'm seeing double from this drink I got inside my cup. We about to slide home so we can do some nasty stuff. Like, damn, so many women in here half naked dancing around, think my penis shed a tear. Like, damn, take a look at her rear, I ain't bust a nut yet, but I'm feeling this near. Like, damn, almost spilled my beer when she looked my way as if to say, boy, come here. Like, damn, I just know that one thing's clear, there's only one way to make this heart on disappear. Like, same chick, say she wanna stay and drink a bit. Like, damn, I just wanna play and pick and shit. But fuck it, I'm with it, I'll get liquored for a liquor. Then point at my wrist at closing time like my name is Dame Lillard. Clutching on her back as she bends, I'ma hit her from behind, but not by accident. We on a collision course for intercourse. She messing with the tip like we facing it center court. And it's almost time to bounce now. In my mind, it's like I can hear the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, here we go. Lights on, we out the door and I'm about to shoot a load. Like, damn, so many women in here half naked dancing around, think my penis shed a tear. Like, damn, take a look at her rear, I ain't bust a nut yet, but I'm feeling this near. Like, damn, almost spilled my beer when she looked my way as if to say, boy, come here. Like, damn, I just know that one thing's clear, there's only one way to make this heart on disappear. Like, we ain't left the block and she grabbed a cop. Ain't even made it home, she giving me dome. She pull out the cat and jump on me splat. Her man calling, she just used the vibrate from her phone. We ain't left the block and she grabbed a cop. Ain't even made it home, she giving me dome. She pull out the cat and jump on me splat. Her man calling, she just used the vibrate from her phone. Like, damn, so many women in here half naked dancing around, think my penis shed a tear. Like, damn, take a look at her rear, I ain't bust a nut yet, but I'm feeling this near. Like, damn, almost spilled my beer when she looked my way as if to say, boy, come here. Like, damn, I just know that one thing's clear, there's only one way to make this heart on disappear. Like, damn, like, damn, like, damn.
That was stupid. I loved it. That was stupid. There's no way around it. That was fucking idiotic, and I loved it. I can get down with some silly shit. I think you told the story. What was the lyric? Oh, no, I gotta go back. Some tipping like at center court. I was like, what?
Like we facing it center court. By accident we on a collision course for intercourse. She messing with the tip like we facing it center court.
Collision course for intercourse. She messing with the tip like we face it off at second court. Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? What the shit? What the shit? Like, it's good. That's good lyrics. That's good lyrics. And it's changing the flow too in and of itself. Like you have a certain flow and then you change that to a different flow and then you fuck with your flow. You do something like this and you take it unexpected. Moments like that, I live for them, even if it's silly. In rap specifically, when you just like give me one energy, you give me another energy, and then you just give me something completely different. It's great. That's great. I love that. So well performed. I'll say that. There's an exception to what I'm saying there is that there are some moments, such as earlier on in your song. Jesus, SoundCloud, really? You have one job. It's playback. You have one job. It doesn't want to do it. It gave up. It's over. It's retiring. I'm going to refresh the page either way. You have a couple of moments either way. What I'll say this as my SoundCloud gives up on me, where your rapping is just slightly imprecise, where you're slightly off of the grid. So in order to really appear like you got a handle on all of your shit, all of your lyrics, every line, you want to make it so that even like the words between the words are definitely not missed. Let's I hope it could go back to what I'm talking about, especially after all this shit that I gave you for uploading to SoundCloud. Let's go back to it real quick.
Step up in it, fresh to death, so definite. Speakers knocking, and the shit is deafening. It's destiny. This girl shaking that ass just right, like there's nothing left in it. And I'm stiff as lead, and she's just left in it. Press against her, gotta.
Pressed against her, just slightly ahead. You're kind of rushing the line a little bit. It's just little moments like that. Just watch out for them. It's mostly just that because the flow otherwise really great. You change it up. You give me you play with your flow. I like that. Apparently that's not all you're playing with though. Okay. Mix-wise, your vocals could be a little bit louder throughout, including in your choruses, but in your verses too, you could give yourself a little bit more volume. And I also recommend, it sounds like you recorded your vocals with more room sound than I would have liked. I hear that because the vocals turn up, it feels like there's reverb on them inherently. So you might have recorded your vocals in a very live room, and that's not the best because when you want to turn it up and you want that super heavy compressed vocals and you want those syllables popping and like you want that you want that vibe in your vocals. You want a clean recording. You want a dead room like what I've got in my room. I got some isolation everywhere. I got a bass trap above my head and I got a vocal booth over there in the set. Like if I could show you. That right there is a fucking vocal booth right there. So like when you're getting your shit down and you're recording your tracks, basically, you're going to want to, even a closet would help, honestly. Like take your microphone into a closet and just deaden your voice a little bit. It'll help that much more when you're mixing it and you're getting those juicy consonants, not syllables, but consonants to really pop. I also want you to make space in the center, specifically for, I think it's the choruses.
Almost spilled my beer when she looked my way.
This part specifically, first try, or I got it right down. This baby's going on in the background of your voice is kind of stepping over your voice. Like you got the babies going on here and they're doing the fucking polka in the background. And then you got your voice here and you're trying to be thing, but we are too distracted by all of this motion in the background that's super high pitched. That's what it looks like visually. If you're going to take sound and put it into a visual perspective, that's what's happening here. What I want you to do is I want you to take you're right here, you're front and center, and these voices here, you got stuff like that, put them to the right, put them to the left. That way you are flanked by the sounds. So you got the babies here and you got the babies here and then you got your voice here. They're no longer stepping under each other. They're no longer stepping on each other, and so your babies have a little space in the mix and your voice has a little space in the mix. Nobody's interfering on one another. This is going to be a big note, and it's going to be pretty much the last thing I want you to do because it is a lot of reworking, but I want you to rethink the chorus and lyrical structure for your chorus and your bridge. Ghetto Under Blanket Duvet recording for the win, and we're going to talk about your Steppenwolf comment as well, Devious Furball. Don't think I didn't see that. I like that, but we're going to talk about it off timer. The last thing that I'm going to say to you, Nick Flanagan, develop a second lyrical chorus, a full second chorus. You're going to want to start by giving us a half chorus. The first, I think, starts with a chorus.
So many women, take a look at her rear, I ain't bust a nut.
Okay, Okay, so this is what you're going to want to do. Arrangement-wise, I'm going to just cut to the chase because we got 20 seconds left. First chorus that you give us, the first section that we hear, give us a half chorus, okay? Second chorus we hear, give us a full chorus. Third chorus we hear, which is, I think, right before your bridge, give us a chorus with different second half lyrics, okay? Give us a second half, or either full different lyrics on your chorus, on your third chorus, fully different lyrics, or the second half is different. And then on your final chorus, you do your full regular chorus, and then you add in that variation chorus, a second as a tag. That what that will do is this will grow lyrically your choruses over time, so that your song is actually living and breathing and growing. Your choruses do not. A chorus is obviously a fallback to a familiar place, obviously, but this is very copy pasted. This is very like I did it right once, and I'm going to copy paste it three more times, right? Because you have 4 choruses total. I don't like that. I don't like that because it's disingenuous to the energy of your song, which is that it evolves over time. Your choruses can absolutely do the same thing. So again, first chorus, half chorus. Cut it in half. Don't even make us hear the second half of it. Second chorus, fine, leave it as is. It's fine. Third chorus, make a second half of your lyrics that are different than the second half of your full chorus from the chorus before. And the fourth one, do a 1, 2, 3. Basically, what I'm asking for you, first chorus A, second chorus A, B, third chorus A, B, or A, C, and fourth chorus A, B, C. Go. Now go. Finish this song and fucking nail it. And it will be the same amount of time. Remember, you're snipping out half of a chorus from the beginning to add it on to the end. And what that will do is your song will just keep growing over time, and it'll feel unstoppable. And the replayability value of your song will shoot up, I promise you. So either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you coming out the first time. We appreciate the skip. You're supporting the stream in the way that you do. Keeps the lights on. Literally, I have like 30 lights on in this room so that I can be well lit enough for you guys to see me on camera. I'm not joking. Look at the background. It doesn't have 30 lights, and it's somber as a motherfucker. This ain't a set. It's a studio. So thank you for keeping the lights on. We appreciate you. And thank you for trusting us with your track. And stick around, of course, Nick Flanagan. If you like the advice that you get, you're going to love the advice that we give other people. Just like I've said before, you might find that I give something advice-wise to someone who, benefits from it, but you might also think, hey, shit, that would be something that could be very well applicable in my track. Sometimes I'll even see the same mistake made over and over and over again, such as in your song, Nick Flanagan. I didn't get time to say it, but 420 milliseconds rule was absolutely broken. What that means is, at the beginning of your song, when you have a song at beat 1 of bar 1, you don't export starting there. You start exporting 420 milliseconds before that. And I say this because I see a similar infringement. Here, Blueba. It seems I don't even have to hear the song. I see the infringement. 420 millisecond silence before bar 1, beat 1 of your song. It will prevent your song from A, losing information and us not hearing how your song actually should start, and B, it'll avoid a popping of a non-zero crossing point infringement. 420 milliseconds. Everybody, please, together. All together now. 420 milliseconds. Thank you very much. Thank you for actually repeating it in real life like I'm sure you guys did. Now we're going to listen to Project 26, 2025, March 15th by Blueba, made a month ago. I usually do that, but in this case I forgot. You got me. That's what they all say, Blueba. That's what they all say. All right, speaking of Blueba, let's listen to Project 26, made on the 15th of March, 2025. And let's talk about it thereafter. We got 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
somebody else.
Cool outro there. I like that. Cool. So, there we go. Now my mouth is following what my brain wants. But just barely, honestly. And that's most times, most days, honestly. See? Okay. Lava Beats is all over this song. Lava Beats is melting. So I think the aesthetic is super cool. I think that it's nice and like flowy. I think it has a very a nice, I said it, a nice aesthetic design. The world in which we are existing for this story to be told to us is quite nice. Now I want to talk about the elements of traversing through this landscape that you've painted for us. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about specifically the mix, aka the details, the things that you are sort of using to paint this geometry or this geography in front of us. And I want to talk about some of your samples choices. So let's start here. First of all, 420 milliseconds. We've already talked about it. We're not going to linger on it. That is fine. The aesthetic that you're building here is very intense. And I like that. I like darkness. I like sort of some hollowness. I like some negative space work a little bit. But there's a difference between negative space and what we have going on, for instance, in this intro here. The opportunity here at 12 seconds to add an element that continues to introduce us to the story instead of just bringing up the volume or the intensity of what already exists. We had the opportunity to layer on something that that could enhance the story, if you will. I'm thinking something like arpeggi-ish, kind of. Let's from the top now. Just adding a little bit of sparkle there, I think, makes all the difference. It's also, more importantly than what it is, it's when it comes in at a point where our interest is ready for something to change within the song. And then when it doesn't, I know I'm there expecting it, and other people don't know they're expecting it. But when they are disappointed and they can't explain it why, that's why. So that's something right there. The other thing here is that the vocals in general are pretty hard to hear in your intro. Difficult to recognize and very difficult to kind of pin down what is being said exactly. That might be an aesthetic choice, but I'm not sure that I would go with that aesthetic choice yet. We are going to get into the part where there's a lot of distortion and a lot of heaviness and a lot of saturation. We're going to get to that eventually anyways, so I wouldn't make that choice in advance. I would get there eventually. I would hint to it, but I wouldn't lean into it. That's what I will say. High arpeggio string would fit nicely there. Also, I didn't know there were vocals. That's a problem. Tips, it's a problem. Try Arturia, Analog Labs, Lava Beats. I find myself using those more. Fit in. That's what I figured. Yeah. So that's my thought here. Is you're gonna kind of lose the vocals here unless you lead in with a little bit of suggestion of distortion rather than leaning in all the way right up front. Let's talk about the drop. Really nice sound. Really nice sound. Hey, Lock Stealer, feedback is open. Go ahead and command join in the chat, or you can type here for a full list of instructions in order to do so. Let's go into this drop here. Okay, cool kind of like sort of horn announcement that you made with this synth. That's very nice. The hi-hats are way too loud. They're super hard panned. We don't need them that loud. We don't need them to assault our ears with high frequencies. What we need them to do is create that high space, to fill that high space that you have like created an opening for. Now, bring them back by like 5 to 10 dB. They don't need to be this loud. Also, this is a personal suggestion to you, Bluba, is right at the beginning here, throw on some reverb. I like doing that for like a big announcements like that, like almost as if a horn is kind of announcing your presence. Check this out. To anybody else. You see how I just threw on, compare it to the original. To anybody else. It's cool. It does the same thing, but if I put it to anybody else. It just feels bigger for that one moment, and then you throw it back down. I love moments like that. It makes me, it gives me a scale. We talked about this earlier with the purple worm and with the dune worm. It gives me an idea of scale. It gives me context to see how big should I be thinking here. And reverb throw-ons like that if you fuck with those throughout your song, they're gonna give your song a second life. They're gonna give your song a more complexity, but also more diversity overall. Let's see. The snare. In general, your sample selection for the snare, I'm not a fan of it. Okay, I don't think that it hits as hard as your kick or your synth or your vocal samples. I don't think your snare slaps at all. It does what it needs to do. It fills the space where the snare goes. Here, however, it doesn't even do that. And that's a problem for me. So, this is what I would do personally. I would find, this is my last note. I did have something else, but oh well. My last note will be, I would personally take the snare that you have now for your drops, put it in this break here, and find an altogether new drop snare, something that gives a little more like the specifically, like lean in on a pretty harder snare. Like that feel will fit, I feel, a little bit better with the overall aesthetic of your sound. Yours is getting there, it's just not there. And for your drop, for your break, it ain't even getting there. I just kind of wanted to remove the snare since we are already 32 bars deep at that point. Yeah, but you keep your hi-hats, so you keep a rhythmic element, and you want to keep a rhythmic offset, which I understand. I understand. If you want to keep your rhythm there, keep your rhythm. So I would understand you keeping a hi-hats and snare in that section, but toning the snare down is not my problem. The problem is there is no snare. Yo, Low Gravity, how's everyone doing today? And subscribe for 4 months. 4-month streak. Low Gravity, give it up for our monthly sub. We appreciate you. Appreciate you being a part of the crew. See what you mean, Bet. Thanks a lot, man. It's my pleasure. Thank you, Bluba, for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. I gotta do that clearly. I gotta get that, like, solid, more, I should do like the vocal warm-ups before streaming. I actually should be warming up my vocals before streaming because talking for hours and hours at a time actually uses my shit. But either way, yeah, dude, it's honestly, you've developed a wonderful aesthetic. And again, I want you to bring us through that aesthetic with grace and with aplomb. Is the word of the week that I found in my vocabulary app. I want you to be able to bring us through that place so that we want to keep going through that place. And what happens in this particular scenario is, it's cool the first time I listen to it, but it's kind of like, what else you got? You know what I mean? Either way, Bluba, it's a good start. It's a great start even. Thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. And we're going to be keeping on moving down the line here. General Tips, welcome back. Low Gravity, he's given a shout out to his fellow subscriber. We got One Spades 7 up next with Lava Beats on deck. Lock Stealer after that, and Stay Sick. First time, Lock Stealer and Stay Sick, first time viewers of this stream. We appreciate you guys. How y'all doing today? Thanks for stopping by. Let me ask y'all a question. Lock Stealer, Stay Sick. How did you guys find this stream exactly? Like, what led you to it? Was it just searching in the search bar? I'm curious because I'm always curious how Twitch refers new viewers to me. So close to our 750 goal follower, and mind you, we are. I'm curious to see how people throw you in. Lava Beats as well. Stealer, new follower, appreciate you. I searched music feedback. I was searching music feedback. Alacrity and aplomb. Unlike my production verisimilitude. My producing verisimilitude. Alacrity and aplomb are two wonderful words, Devious Furball. And I use them more often than I'm going to use them more often than I was before. All right. So we obviously have not seen Spades for a while. Probably dipped. So there we are. Holy words indeed, Batman. All right. Speaking of searching for music feedback, Lava Beats, you search and you have found. You have arrived upon superior Twitch music streaming feedback experience. Welcome to Studio Mike. Welcome to Stu Mike. Jesus, that was horrible. That was horrible. So much feedback in it, too. Ah, man. I am a sound engineer in real life. I just don't do stupidities like that. The feedback really added to it. Yeah, I felt it added to the charm of how bad I am at this. I couldn't even do Studio Mike. Stupid. I'm an idiot. I love it. I love that I am. You should do that more. I should probably do some... I talk... General Tips, you're here all the time. I talk all the time about doing reverb throw-ons and throw-offs. Hell, I've talked about it at least 3 times on this stream today. Why am I not doing more? Delay throw-ons. With the feedback. But with the feedback. I'm going to start doing that more. I think you are correct. Thanks for your tips. Okay, maybe not that much, though. All right. We got this new metal instrumental mix. Okay. I can get down with some new metal. It's funny because new metal usually, the thing that defines the sound of new metal is the fact that there's like rapping or like non-melodic vocals primarily. But the fact that it's an instrumental new metal, I guess there's also an aesthetic of like actual metal, like instruments and lines and melodies that fit the new metal aesthetic as well. I guess so. All right, Lava Beats, let's listen to your song. New metal instrumental mix, no name for it. Lava Christian, Cool name, bro. Let's listen to new metal instrumental mixed together. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's talk about it thereafter. Let's go. Okay, hold on. I got a couple of notes here that I'm finishing here. Last chugs. Okay, cool. I don't unfortunately have drums to demonstrate what I would do, but a lot of the notes that I have here, Lava Beats, are going to be a little bit more leaning towards the drums. Torisi, welcome. Thank you for joining the queue. We appreciate you. But before any of my feedback, I just have to get something out of the way so that I can sleep tonight knowing that I did this. Please bear with me. I said play it. Hold on a second. Well, you're right! You're bleeding out of control! You're bleeding out of control! Well, you're right! You're bleeding out of control! You're bleeding out of control! Thank you. Sorry, I just had to get that out of my system. It's Deftones is written all over this music. All over this music. So I'm sorry, I just had to get it out of my system. It sounds exactly like that riff if you didn't already know it. It doesn't sound exactly like that riff. It just has a... It sounds so much like that song off of White Pony. I don't even know its name. I just... So much like it. Okay, we're done. I mentioned that. I get it out of my system. Your toms. Let's talk about your drums. Let's talk about your drums in general, actually. Okay, so first things first, your drums are going to need a lot more automation the velocity wise. I can hear that they're programmed drums, and that's fine. I use those all the time, but you're going to need a lot more detailed oriented thought towards the velocity of each of the notes. You're going to have to think in the way of how a drummer plays it. Otherwise, you're going to have to get a drummer to replay these things digitally, even on a MIDI kit. Using this sound, fine, I don't care. But this just does not have the life that a drummer would breathe into it. The beats are adequate. They are not sufficient. If as a drummer, just saying that. Also, your toms in certain sections, like for instance your verse here. They're super airy with a lot of reverb, and that reverb level is fine. The reverb level is fine, but the toms level themselves, that like if you were to mix up your toms, you would need like you need resonating big toms for aggressive music like this. So leave the reverb where it is, bring the toms original sound up with a lot more compression, most likely more compression. Last thing about these drums, General Tips said it, where my cymbals at some point. The cymbal play on the break is super important, dude. Like, I'm serious. I'll bring up my drums here to show you what I'm talking about. That's another note for you. That's just a quick improv over your section just to show you what I think I mean. But that's actually a note that I wrote. Literally, the beat before your drop comes back in, or your last chorus comes back in. You need a hi-hat smash right here. I'll show you where. Right there, open hi-hats, blast the smash, and like then just go into it. China could work as well. You know the sound that I'm going for. It is off, weird, off cymbal splash. It's gotta go in there, Lava Beats. I'm telling you, drummers everywhere will unite on that front. Okay, I'm done with the drums. Let's talk about the rest. I would personally shave off a little bit of the top end of the bass. In the song itself, it's nice until you're gonna add the vocals in and you're gonna see how they're gonna start to compete. I would shave off a little bit of that high end in the song, or more accurately, what I would do to it is I would distort that high end so that it would alter the amount of high end, make the high end more audible. Then I would bring it down a little bit so that it's at the same level, but actually audibly it is less perceptible and less aggressive in the mix. That's what I would do about it. And then I would take off that distortion and bring it to this original level specifically for the break, because the break will not interfere on anything. That bass is exactly where it needs to be. Enough, it's just that first one that has a lot of attack, and then the rest is fine. So the bass for your break is great. The bass for the rest, I think, is going to be stepping on your vocals, and bottom line is going to be stepping a little bit on your guitar space as well. So I would trim the high end off of that just a little bit. Your guitars, I think I was about to get to it. There you go. The guitar tone's fine. Let's listen to the tone. I don't necessarily know that you need to use the gain knob as heavily. So to give you an idea, this tone here has about 2/3 gain on a Marshall 150 watt head. I'll go drop D for a second here. So if I do that, oh, hey, thank you very much, Teresi, for being our 750th follower. Look at that, we reached our goal. So I'm going to set a new goal at the end of this stream, and there we go. Congratulations, everyone. It's thanks to you that this thing's even fucking possible, so I appreciate y'all. Okay, so what I would say is, in general, you don't need as much gain on the guitar's amp sound. What you would need is a decent amount of gain so that the sound is distorted and so that each of those chugs come out really nice and crunchy. But then the distortion is going to actually be better at the end, like after your speaker simulation. And this will be my last note either way, because I think that that's pretty much... oh yeah, I got one more thing that I'm gonna say, because it must be said. But yeah, the distortion, try taking a little bit off of the input and try putting it on the end, like after your cabinets, after your compressors and stuff like that. Try adding it there to make it sound as distorted as it is now, but have far more definition for the playability, as well as not have so much like fuzzy distortion going into your mix. You can control or dial in the amount of fuzz going into it, because again, this is fine for now when there's no vocals. As soon as vocals come in, you're gonna love how much high end you're gonna be scraping off of your guitars so that your vocals fall into place. I literally have a high pass on my guitars at around, I think, 150, and a low pass at around 5,000, sloping down at like, I think it's 6 or 12 decibels per octave. I literally cut a lot of high frequencies off my guitar because, bottom line, they don't need it, and you end up losing information if you put that on the input of your guitars rather than on the output. So try doing that. Try shaving off a little gain on the input of your amps or on the amp dial themselves or on the distortion pedals. Try taking those off a little bit and then replacing that with like a decimator from Sound Toys, or like another distortion sound effect at the end of your chain. It'll make a world of difference for your mixes. And the last thing I have to say, and I have to say it contractually as a drummer and as a musician who composes music. Why the fuck is not everybody going... Why is not everybody meeting up on that? Why is your drummer not going... Like, why? You know what I mean? Like... Fucking, there's a very simple thing you're gonna have to do here. You're gonna have to double stroke on your bass kick. Okay, that's all you gotta do. And the is gonna be your floor tom and your snare. That's what you do to match up with this. You already have the double kick, so you don't have to do anything like that. Take off all of the cymbals, take off all of the rest of the shit. As of that, just do floor tom and snare rim shot. Match up with your kick and match up with your snare. Match up with your your guitars and your basses, please and thank you, and you will end your song correctly. And I argue that there is no other way to possibly end this song correctly. I place this argument out into the world. Fight me, would you? All right. Thank you either way, Lava Beats, for allowing us to listen to the song online together, for allowing us to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's a decent foundation. As General Tips at some point said, really dig the overall song idea. Absolutely agree with that. The sentiment in general is wonderful. And remember Devious Furball when I said I wasn't going to forget your Steppenwolf Magic Carpet Rides comment? Remember when I forgot it? So I'm going to like keep it on the chat either way right now, because we're going to go to the next person, but first we're going to talk about that because I forgot about talking about that. Either way, Lava Beats is a good track. Thank you very much for allowing us to do the things we do with it on stream, and thank you mostly for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you, and we're moving on down the line. Stick around as we got some newcomers, some more newcomers. Lava Beats was the first, Lock Stealer's the next, and Stay Sick is the third. And then we've got actually another newcomer, Torisi, our 750th follower, followed by Chrome 3, someone who has been on this stream before. So Lock Stealer, go ahead and drop your track in the chat while we talk about Devious Furball. I don't know if you're still with us, but we appreciate you either way. And we will say, he said at some point, Steppenwolf's Magic Carpet Ride was designed to have an any length jam session in the middle, and all the artist needed was a 2-bar alert phrase for when it transitioned from jam session back to the song. Yeah, so that's, I think, a very common trope in jazz, if I'm not mistaken. It's like you have the coda, if you will, the meet back up point, where all the musicians, where all the musicians meet back up. What is it called? There's another word for it. I'm sure of it. Not the coda, but the. It might be just the coda. I feel like there's another word for it. But everyone meets back up there. It's a very chameleon, like a Herbie Hancock chameleon thing, where everybody kind of meets back up on the and then some point keyboards goes off, some point bass goes off, at some point guitar goes off, and that is a very, very that thing. Devious Furball, if you are still here, which if you are, I appreciate you. If not, I still appreciate you, and I'm sorry I forgot about that until now. But I didn't forget overall. That's an improvement from completely forgetting, I think. All right, Chrome, I feel honored you remember. I mean, I have some memory. Contrary to the all evidence to the contrary. As I just demonstrated even, I have some memory. All right, Lockstealer, we got this song called Subnautica, the remix work in progress 2. That's a super legit title. Subnautica? Is that what you're referring to, General Tips? Because yes, I agree, it's a legit title. All right, let's talk about this and then let's comment on it thereafter. Lockstealer. Cool. First of all, I'm going to say it right off the bat because I can see it again. 420 milliseconds. It's almost guaranteed that it's an offense here. So let's listen to be sure. But either way, 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Okay. Okay. I see an idea here. I see an idea being executed here. I see a chord progression, right? So we've got the, what is it? Yeah, we've got the B flat. We got the F sharp. Oops, still in dropping. Etro V subscribed with Prime Gaming. Hi Etro, how you doing? Welcome back. Thank you for subscribing. We appreciate you. So that's our chord progression. Yeah, we got the B flat, we got the F sharp, we got the G sharp, and that's pretty much it. Like musically, melodically speaking, that's pretty much all we get throughout the song. And then we hover on the B flat a little bit. Also, it's wrong of me to use flats and sharps in the same discussion, so I should have said G flat and A flat. It's a little bit musically too basic, in my opinion, Lock Stealer. I think it could do with a little bit of thought. I hear you trying to stray in those directions, but I have a fear that it's not just musically too basic. I fear that you're lacking... I've said this a couple of times in this stream, so far. You have an aesthetic, you have a geography that you have laid out, you have like a painting of the land that the story should be happening in. But you have no real protagonist, you have no real main quest, you have no real main character that is venturing through this world other than with that chord progression pretty much. And even then, it just kind of... I'm not going to say it falls flat because it's a good chord progression. The first to the flat sixth to the flat seventh. It's good. It's just that's all there is, and usually there's other things that are redeeming qualities about a song. It's like an A4 to the floor without any dancing. Exactly. It's exactly that, Tips. It feels like it should be made for dancing, but it also feels like it should be made for like sitting back and like thinking about the things, contemplating the nature of the universe. It sounds like it's caught halfway between worlds when it in fact can do both. It can inspire thought and contemplation of the depths of the universe. It absolutely can do that, as well as making other people dance. Whereas in this case, it's striving for both, but achieving neither. And this is how I feel that is the case. First of all, let's talk about a very egregious crime. Your snare is non-existent throughout pretty much the entire song. So just let me add a stupid digital, like a keyboard snare, just to add some oomph to this song. Not that part, the part where there is a snare. That was a horrible attempt at triplets, but I wanted to do, or something like that. But just that little addition of a little bit of like more poppy snare. If I were to do the same thing with the kick, I feel like this song would already light up so much more. Just that, and I'm already feeling a different energy from this song starting to form. I'm not saying that that's all this song needs. I'm saying that you probably need some better samples or some more audible samples. I have two snares, but they are very EQ'd. Okay, so I'm all for EQing snares to shape them into what the song needs. I'm all for that. But if you overshape them and remove too much information, you're actually doing your song a disservice. You're actually taking away from the content of your song. That's the first way. Second of all, I think that the song itself seems over-compressed in general, but it might just be the lack of high-end, things that you have taken so much high-end away from. While I'm usually a fan of stripping away high-end for everything but the things that need it, I'm usually more of a fan of allowing some elements to still breathe with at least a little bit of high mids. Whereas your track, a lot of the time, feels contained. It feels like almost held in a dome, as if something is... You're not listening to the song. It sounds like you're listening to the song that's being played in a stadium, and you're outside of the stadium, and you're just getting some of the sound. You're getting the big bass, and you're getting some of the high end that's loud enough to leak out of the ceiling or the the open roof of the stadium. That's what it sounds like. And I think that's where your mids will come in. I think I need you to explore a lot more with the middle mids, those between 800K and 2400. Those frequencies are important, and I don't hear a lot of love or attention being given to those frequencies in this song. Snare can fill that space, your brass synths can fill that space, piano can fill that space, guitar could fill that space, arpeggiators, you have some in there, those could fill that space. You can fill that space effectively, and I think that's a lot of the energy that you're missing from your track is missing in that space. Yes, I used a glue compressor, but I don't know how it should be done. It's better to not compress if you don't know how to use a compressor. It's better to just let things breathe in their dynamics if you don't know how to use a compressor. If you know how to use a compressor, then there's an argument to use it. But if you don't know necessarily how to apply it properly so that it benefits your track, you actually end up doing more damage than not with compressors. A lot of samples that we find and a lot of synths that we find nowadays are already somewhat compressed and sort of ready to be mixed more or less. So you don't really need a compressor necessarily. You do find yourself here taking more away from your track by adding effects on than adding to it. As I see a lot of things being held back. Well said. Thank you, Etro. My latest subscriber. So what else do we got? I can't even recognize my own fucking... Oh yeah, I see what I said here. So we don't have much time left, but I will say this. Your break is too long and not enough stuff is going on in this break to keep my attention. Like I've said to people throughout this stream, you don't strip away from your song, you build it over time. Yes, it's good to take a break. This is what we are doing here. We strip away a lot of stuff, but then we're supposed to immediately start building it back up because people's attention is very short. We don't have long to capture their attention. This is too long. This is too much time spent not doing anything in particular and just hinting at something happening. We need to adjust that. In general, I think your feel overall, you have a shape. It is like big, bigger, quiet, biggest. That idea, that shape will guide you. That's good. That's good. But the execution thereof within those parts as to what your definition of big and how to accomplish it is needs to be rethought. You need a new snare. You need a little bit more dynamics in general. You need a little bit more high end and a little bit more high mids, a little bit more middle mids, and a little bit less compression overall. And yeah, you need to just basically dial up the things that work for your song and stop dialing back the things that work for your song. And that's pretty much all I got to say about it either way. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Again, the idea is there. Like, again, the shape, even the shape is there. Intro, big section, bigger section, break, biggest section. That flow... That's good. That mentality means you're onto something. Now you just need to follow your instincts and lean into the aspects that work for your song. Stop taking away and stop getting in your own way, specifically. But thank you either way, Lock Stealer, for trusting us with your track. We appreciate it nonetheless. We're going to move on here, folks. We got a couple of tracks left on the queue. And if in the next, I'd say, review, I don't get another submission in the queue, I'm going to close the queue. I'm just going to close it because we take short days every now and then. We take a short day here and there. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Ooh, what's that sound? Ah, there it is. I fixed it. All right, thank you, Stay Sick, for allowing us this link here. I'm pulling it up as we speak. Etravi, no, you're onto something, bud. You're onto something. Speaking of Etro V, you got nothing to show me this week? You got no music? No music to show me? Same thing with you, Tips. Nothing this week? Still no music, but I got my platinum trophy for Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Oh shit! Hey, that's good. That's good shit. Oblivion, I remember playing Oblivion and I remember liking it, and then I played Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, and then I liked it too, and then I stopped because I was like just not much more into it than that, which is crazy for someone who's so addicted to D&D as I am. It's crazy that Elder Scrolls, and I'm also addicted to Fallout as I am. It's crazy that Elder Scrolls didn't hook me on as hard as it hooked on so many others. It's crazy to me because I know the second that I start playing Baldur's Gate, the second I get a computer that can actually support Baldur's Gate, I'm lost. I'm going to be playing online. You guys are going to be seeing me do a playthrough, guaranteed. If I start, guaranteed I'm going to be starting a subs-only playthrough, and guaranteed it's going to be streaming online. Guaranteed. And when I say subs-only playthrough, I don't mean subs-only can watch. I mean subs-only can play with me as part of the party. But that's only when I get that computer, and I can't do that without you guys, so... Unfortunately, we're fucked. But either way, my point is I'm surprised Elder Scrolls did not hook me in as hard as it did, because Bethesda fucked me over with Fallout. I got hooked. I got addicted. It was crazy. I never expected myself to get so much in, so close and so hard into Fallout, but I did. Nothing, HOV, I'm studying for exams. Understandable as well. That's a worthy pursuit. I appreciate education. How are you doing? Not seeing you for a while. Yeah, I had a whole week of contracts. By the way, we didn't forget you. Stay sick. We got your track pulled up right here. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I had a whole week of corporate contracts last week. So we didn't do the stream then, but the week before and several weeks before that, we had a bit of a streak going. That game is intense. I have it. I know. I'm looking forward to getting it. I'm looking forward to getting it, dude. I just, again, without the stream, I won't be able to I won't be able to justify buying a new Mac, basically, because it's $3,500. I can't do that. And if I do somehow make that happen this year, it's guaranteed that I'm doing a subs-only play-along. Guaranteed. Hell yeah, Etrov, I'm vibing. Stay sick. That's good. We're gonna get to your song right now in this very moment. It's great to see you too, Etrov. Appreciate you being here and subscribing. Dude, you're telling me I need a new Mac. I'm on the Intel still. Cry. Stay sick. It's funny that you mentioned that. My Mac is 13 years old. I have a Mac Mini late 2012 with the Intel i7. When you say you're still on the Intel, I go, bitch, please. I'm still on Mojave. I'm still on Mac OS X Mojave, dog. When I tell you I need a new Mac, the Mac Studio, okay, I don't need a new, no, you probably still do. You probably still need a new Mac, stay sick. I ain't judging you at all on that. You probably still do. But I am running a goddamn fucking Twitch stream with a 13, yes, you counted that correctly, General Tips, 13-year-old computer. And I'm barely able to play back on SoundCloud without it crashing. So, old as my girlfriend. Oh, Jesus Christ, Etrov. I neither condone this, nor suggest to tell these jokes online. You might get blocked by Twitch terms of service. That's not to say it can't be funny, but oof. I'm surprised it does as well as it does. That's my point here. I put an SSD into it, 16 gigs of RAM. I did everything I could for it. I did everything I fucking could for it. But sometimes it doesn't matter, dude. Mac Studio M3 Max is on the horizon. No, sorry, M4 Max is on the horizon. $3,500. I've calculated it. 3,500 Canadian dollars. Should I start a GoFundMe? Should I do a GoFundMe, guys? Fuck it. Like, should I just ask you guys, should I do a GoFundMe? Either way, we'll talk about that a little more. But first, we're going to listen to Eidolon's track, No Future, with Basic. I don't know, whatever, Basic, I guess. By Stasic. Stasic featuring Basic? Interesting combination there. Let's listen to this 5-minute and 19 song. Is it No Future because we have none while we're listening to this song? No, I'm just kidding here. Let's listen to Eidolon. Let's talk about it after that. We won't have much time to, but let's go. So, turns out that we are not going to need fucking 4 minutes to talk about this song because a lot of it is pretty fucking dope already. That was a great song. I want to start there. I want to start there. That took me on a journey that established an aesthetic, and it took me through that. It walked me through the theme park, the attraction park, pavilion by pavilion. He is, I subscribed. You fucking better, General Tips. Hell, I'm close to subscribing here, Stay Sick. That was, you live up to your artist name, sir, or ma'am, whatever you may be, whatever shape you may take. We have cotton candy at our attraction park. You certainly have cotton candy at your attraction park. You certainly do. It is delicious. And it is tasty treats. Okay, there are a few things that I want to say before the drops, because when the drops hits, I'm like, I got very little to say. But before this drop hits here. That weirdness here. No, it was weird. It sounded like there was like a sample cut or something like that. It sounded like there was a section missing. I had a note about this section because it was a bug. Okay, I think you're right, Etro. And I had a note that this section's kick did not hit as hard as the snare did, and it's specifically because of that sort of downsampling or bit crushing that you're doing to both of them. It suits the snare's tonality better than it suits the kick's tonality. Not to say that it sounds bad, it's just that I think the idea here is for the kick and the snare to impact, to kind of establish a drum and bass kind of aesthetic from the start, and I think that the kick is kind of just being held back a little bit by those effects. Just something to note, not necessarily something to change unless you really think that sound in and of itself, the kick being a little bit weaker than the snare, is a problem. I'm not saying it is, I'm saying it's a choice. I wrote down, I'm eating my words here as I'm reading it. I'm like, how am I going to say this on stream without seeming like an idiot? I wrote down, the problem with going big from the start is you have nowhere to go. I wrote that right here, note number 2. That's what I wrote there. And then you put me in my place. You made me eat my written words. I should... There, I did it with the tongue, with the pen. I ate that. I deserve the ink in my face. Right. I don't know necessarily if the first drop needs it, but I guess my only real suggestion for the first drop is maybe make an alternate beat. I guess it would be a suggestion for the first and the second drop, because both of the beats, once you've established them, they kind of stay very stable, and everything else in your song is unstable. Everything else moves except for the beat. And I can appreciate you pedaling one thing constantly. I can appreciate that. But even once or twice total times of your beats changing, even for a measure or a bar, just to say that we heard it in a different light, to tease us. Even here's what I suggest you do, is you tease the reggaeton sort of dance hall reggaeton beat in drop 1, and in drop 2 you bring it back to the drum and bass beat. That would be the easy mode suggestion of like what the obvious beat change you should do is tease what is going to come without us having any idea of it. Or if you want straight up, just make a break beat. If you don't want to tease what's coming up, because it caught me off guard completely and I was happy about that, so I understand if you don't want to tease it, then make like a break beat kind of change up for this section here, and then in this section you refer back to the drum and bass once. I'm literally talking about once in one bar respectively for each drop, if you feel like it. Reverb throw-ons, you have so many in your second drop that I would say, again, maybe 1 or 2 just to refer to what's coming. And that's, again, more of a suggestion than anything else. And the last part, I would, however, refer, I don't know if you did subconsciously, but I would refer us, this section here. I would refer to that somewhere in the song. And I don't know if you did and I didn't hear it, or it was just worked in there like a fucking well-stitched coat. You don't see the threading, but it's there and it's holding it all together. Maybe. I admit that I might have missed that. I was too busy with the rest, with the theme park that you have created for us. Apex weirdness, I like it. Made a sandwich out of them. Yeah, like, made me eat my words completely. There are very little things that would change if I would change them in this song, and I think that qualifies as a goddamn banger. I gotta say, Stay Sick, well done. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, for allowing us to talk about it, provide comments. Criticism, not so much. Feedback, I suppose. Analysis, definitely. What have you? Probably. But thank you. I mean, it was a great track, man. Like, truly, I ate my words. I was like, okay, 5 minutes. Let's see if you can keep it up for 5 minutes. And then you did. And I was like, oh, shit. Maybe this is going to make its way onto one of my playlists. I don't know. Maybe. It's a good song. It's a good song. Tips seems to agree with me on this one. This was well constructed. This was well synthesized in the literal and metaphorical term. Well constructed. Either way, thank you, Stay Sick, for trusting us with your track. And by all means, stay sick. Continue to remain sick. Because that was indeed, I must say, an artist who lives up to their self-hyping name. I will give it to you, Stay Sick. I'm actually interested in what else you've got. You've captured my attention. Well done. Thank you. Either way, Stay Sick. Appreciate you. That was awesome. It was a great track. Okay. Let's see here. Torisi with Chrome 3 as our last stream of the day. Chrome 3, you still with us in the chat? Let me know what's good, because we might end this early. Either way, we might just... I closed the queue for now, so let's see. If we got any other people... We'll talk about it. Of course, Brother Man, Chrome 3's with us. There we go. Unreleased premix. Penso muito no futuro. Muito, I don't know what it means, but penso no futuro means I think there's no future. Which is funny because that was the name of the song that we just listened to. Shooter Zay, can I send one? All right, I'll open up the queue for you, Shooter Zay. Go ahead, join the queue, would you please? Command join in the chat, and when it's your turn, we'll listen to you. So stick around. But let's listen first to unreleased premix Penso muito no futuro by Torix. So let's listen.
Tapa na cara de quem acha nada, a vida é uma desgraça e tem fim. Vira piada na hora, abraça, mas depois enfim. Talvez eu seja diferente e eles se afastam, consequentemente. Muito no futuro, penso, muito no futuro, penso, muito, penso, muito, Talvez eu seja diferente e eles se afastam consequentemente. Tapa na cara de quem acha nada, a vida é uma desgraça e tem fim. Vira piada na hora, abraça, mas depois enfim. Talvez eu seja diferente e eles se afastam consequentemente.
Okay, I got a couple of things to say about that. Let me just write down that little amen break at the end was funny. A shooter AZ, damn, none of my music is on SoundCloud. My B, yeah, shoot it in quickly. Like Etro V says, it's free and it takes 5 minutes to set up an account and 5 more minutes, not even 2 more minutes to upload your song. Bro, I got 7 minutes on the clock right now. I guarantee you I can upload a song in that much time. That's if you want your song heard, that's all. All right, Tori Z, let's talk about this. First of all, you're new to mixing, so this might be something you're not aware of, but distortion on your master is just a no-no. Or the equivalent of putting the same distortion on all of your elements, which might be the thing that's happening here, because I hear some drums don't have distortion on them. But either way, distortion on your master is a no-no. You want to individually distort items that are with a distortion that is suitable to their sound, to their actual quality. And right now, I don't understand. I mean, I don't necessarily speak Portuguese either. I speak Spanish though, and I'm very hard pressed to understand any words in this. So that's one thing that is unfortunately a mistake. The next thing that I want to point out here as what I see as a mistake is something that Etro V also noticed at some point, because he said it's mono. Well, that's not exactly correct, Etro V, because there were delays. The vocal delays were happening in the left and the right, you see. But for the rest, you are correct. Because there was nothing essentially that was spread to the left and right at all, Torizi. Like, you have your kick, you have your snare, you have your vocals, you have your baby voice samples, you have your actual bass, and they're all overlapping in the middle of your stereo image. If you see visually what things sound like as a visual thing, everything is here except the delays for your vocals, which are here. So those we can hear even though they're soft in there. But you have all of this space to work with. Why not work with it? Like, why not try putting some things in there, like those baby voices? I hear an opportunity for you to like pan them, like throw them left and right, throw them back and forth. Your drums as well. Some of your snares reverb doesn't have to stay in the middle. You can spread that out here as well. You can even put that hard left and right. Your hi-hats, your cymbals, those can go left and right as well if you really wanted to fill in that space and you needed to, which you severely do right now. You should do that. So that is another thing. Your mix is very mono. It's very center everything. The other thing that I did mention was that we do hear that your delay for your vocals is left and right. It is like kind of sparkly and in the left and right, so it's audible. But the problem with that is that you have vocals, a delay on your vocals throughout the song, and that is a mistake. That is a mistake. You do not just put delay on as if it's reverb. Reverb is a very specific effect that sets your voice, the sound of your voice, in a room. That is the idea of it. Delay does not do that. Delay is far better utilized like just at the end of a line when you're trying to emphasize one word. For instance, if I demonstrate and I say, I don't fucking know, like, I take my time while I speak on the line. Like, you know what I mean? Just like you're just trying to emphasize the end of phrases. I don't rap really, so I don't really have much in the dome. But I don't know, fucking. It's just you use it at the end of your phrases. Either way, just use it at the end of your phrases, not as an always on effect. That's what you want for delays. The other thing that I will say, the question for you, Torizi, were you the one who produced this beat as well? You mixed it, you said, but did you produced the music as well, and you produced all of the effects and stuff as well? If I may, Mike, I hear that this kind of distortion could be good, a little less obvious, a lot less obvious, but is needed to make voice more intelligible. You can do it by making things more stereo, so you can have a place for the vocals and for other instruments in itself. Absolutely right for the delay. Just noticed mono mix. Yeah, for the rest of the mono mix, it's delay. It's bad. I don't necessarily hate having distortion on things. Etro V. I don't even think that the distortion that he does have on some of the things would be a bad thing. What I'm saying is that on the master, it is a bad thing because it universally treats all things with the same treatment, whereas specific elements need specific distortion, either levels or even sometimes specific sounds. Some distortions will actually take away from the kick, from the attack of a kick, but some of them will add to the attack of a kick. This is why you don't apply distortion to a master, because if you put the type of distortion that takes away from a kick's attack on a master channel, then your whole song, no matter how much you turn up the kick, the distortion will take away from the attack. So that's why it's important not to master distort, otherwise you make mistakes. You have to compensate for mistakes that are made. Teresa, you said yes. Okay, so I'll say to you this, just to ballpark it. Musically and beat-wise, it is not very diverse. It does not vary that much. You have pretty much one beat structure, and you have maybe one or two melodic structures, or like chord progressions, as some of them may call it. Some may call them. It's not very varied, and you don't really establish. You establish like an aesthetic, as in the sound of your instruments appear, but they don't really paint a world that exists. They paint a moment in time, if anything. What I need you to do is do far more like world building. Paint the world around your song a lot more detailed. Paint a picture like using different chord progressions, using different beats, different beat structures at least. The thing that you did at the end, just at the end of your intro, at the end of your song here, what we call an amen break. I love amen breaks. That appearing at different moments in your song as like a break from your primary drum beat, that's a way to sort of also paint a picture and give us context and kind of allow us to take a step back from what you have already written. And that's the kind of thing that I need. That's the kind of personality that I need ringing out in this song far more. Because otherwise it just kind of, you're at cruising altitude. You're kind of just waiting for the song to be over, and you're like, cool. Now I'm gonna admit to you right off the bat here, Torizi, that because I don't speak the language that's being spoken here, I don't necessarily have the lyrical interest in listening to this song. So you're listening to a hard audience. You're listening to a tough audience, someone who does not understand the lyrical content of this. But I would argue with you that your song should still capture my attention and should still entertain me nonetheless, regardless of if I understand the vocal meaning, the lyrical meaning. The vocal aesthetic should still entertain me. And that too sort of remains the same throughout the song. You change up your flow, so I'll give you credit for that, but you don't change up the sound of your voice. You don't give yourself a double. You don't give yourself any like left and rights, any ad libs or anything like that. So your vocals fall flat, and so does your musicality and your beat structure. So I think I need you to respect that a little bit more. Either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate it. Even if you're new to mixing, it's a start. You're getting a start somewhere. But yeah, it's a good place to start. I think you just need to now evolve to the next level of mixing if you will. Now practice is, I guess, what I'm saying. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. And DJ Chicken Boy UK, you figured out the queue. We appreciate you. We got you in the queue. I think you're going to be the last one that we're going to review today. I'm closing the queue for the day. Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you, Torizi. And stick around as we only got 3 more reviews to go for the day, folks. We've got Chrome 3 up now. Shooter Z AE6, who figured out how SoundCloud worked as well. We appreciate you for uploading it. Keep your link until it's your turn in the queue, which, as you see how it works now, is how it works. Chrome 3, giving me the link in the chat as I'm calling the name out. And that's exactly how it works, both for you, Shooter Z and DJ Chicken Boy UK. It's as simple as that. You join the queue, you wait your turn. Thank you very much for following us. Appreciate that. You join the queue, you wait your turn, and then when it's your turn, you drop your SoundCloud link in. We listen to it. We talk about it for 10 minutes. If 10 minutes ain't enough, that's fine. We subscribe. We can subscribe. Subscriptions get you 15 minutes of time. Tier 1 gets you 15, Tier 2 gets you 20, Tier 3 gets you 30. It's a whole fucking thing. But if you want to support the stream in another way, please consider subscribing. All right, so what we have Chrome 3, and the track is God RM V3. God RM. What does RM stand for, I wonder? Oblitera. That's such a good artist name, dude. Oblitera. That is so cool. That's a badass name. And he's getting ads. So we're gonna wait until the ads are done, and we're gonna just play a little guitar while we wait. Isn't the police great? All right. Thank you very much for having the patience, folks. As we waited for the ad to be over, we give a little ad song. And now we are ready to commence the review, the listening and the review of God RM, the 3rd version, the techno track by Oblitera, aka Chrome 3. Let's listen to it. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go! Anytime. Pause the timer. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for SoundCloud to get off its high horse.
Make your next move if you will. You've already lost. What have you brought?
like that detail at the end. Okay. So tips is all about this. I agree with you for the most part. It is a fine example of hardstyle because it's not basically just not go 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 the whole time. It's not that the whole time, which is good. That's what we like. We don't want that the whole time. We want breath. We want movement. We want a story being told. So yes, I agree with you, tips, and it's a good thing. And agreed, Etrovi, this is moshable as fuck. I used to mosh a little bit to hardstyle, and back 10, 13 years ago, or something like that, even 15 at this point. Jesus Christ. All right. Okay. So let's talk about this. So first of all, this is an easy one here. And it's something that I've said for a couple of times now, Chrome, and you've probably been here several times that I've said it. 420 milliseconds. Your song, when you export it, does not actually start on beat 1, bar 1. It does not. We got to get that out of your head. We got to get that out of everyone's head. That is a common misconception. 420 milliseconds before. Thank you, General Tips. Spelling it out, one character at a time. We appreciate you. 420 milliseconds of silence before the actual start of your song. Scientifically proven scientific amount of silence necessary for optimal play song beginning space. Scientifically proven. Let's talk about this kick is that any genre? That's any genre, my dude. That is any genre. That is to make sure that you don't lose information from the start of your song as is happening here. Let's hear what it sounds like when we lose the information. That first kick, that first impact, it doesn't have all of the thud, all of the attack. Number one, you lose that. And second of all, there's something called a zero crossing point pop or distortion of sorts. It's because you start your song on a point where your audio wave is not at zero. It is up or down. It pops. It's not a good thing. It's not a nice type of distortion. It's so sciencey, it's even science flavored. Devious Furball, absolutely. And I hope you were around, by the way, Devious Furball, when I read out the Steppenwolf comment and talked about the jazz music. I'm sorry if I didn't address that when you were actually here, but I promise at some point on the stream, I talked about it. My word. Okay, pre 1 minute in this song, pre this point, I feel, the kick itself doesn't necessarily have as much impact as I think you want it to have. Held back. It feels compressed. It feels almost like compared to this part. Not that part. Compared to that part, your kick is kind of lackluster. It doesn't have as much of the low mids specifically. It has all of those high mids. All of them. Every of the high mids that exist are currently deviated from all parts of the internet to this singular point in time for each of these kicks in the high mids specifically. But the low mids are lackluster. What did I write here? God, I can't understand my own writing, guys. Mix a bit outfit? What the fuck? Your mix is a bit quiet. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. We'll be fixing this with the master probably. Okay, that was my question. The mix is quiet, and it sounds like there was approximately 1 or 2 dB missing of the proportionate, the potential volume that you have access to. And if it's not mastered yet, then that makes a lot more sense. But what's surprising to me is how squashed it is going into your master, which means your master will only serve to bring out those qualities more. I would consider in that case, Chrome, being very careful with all of your with all of your dynamics if it's not mastered yet. It's quiet to have a bit more breathing room, but it's at minus 14 lufs, the Spotify thing. Okay. Well, I think you could get it up to about minus 10 lufs. I think Spotify wouldn't punish you for that. I know that they say that they will, but I've not noticed that. Also, get the fuck off Spotify. Get on every other platform. I know some labels don't allow you to do that, but Jesus Christ, stop stabbing yourself in the back. Truly, stop stabbing yourself in the back. My last comment was literally just to say, ow. Everybody watch your ears as I proceed to the last chorus, or the last drop, because just ow. Not to say that it's a bad choice or anything, this is just noisecore if I've ever heard it, and it's just intense and heavy and loud and obnoxious, and I'm sure that there's a crowd out there that's going to be doing fucking jump style to this so fucking hard, and hard style dancing so fucking hard to this. I'm sure, because I used to, so I'm sure that there's still crowds for that. A year ago, I sent my song Golden. I haven't been too motivated to pursue music releases, but now I just posted Golden Part 2, and it's traditional like for you to listen to the next one a whole year later. All right, get in line. We haven't released only one song as of now, and it's only on SoundCloud. We have released only one song as of now. It's only on SoundCloud. Okay, I see. Understood. Nightmare. Like toothpaste for your ears. Well said. I mean, the thing is that it's creative, guys, right? Like, that's the thing. It's literally a hardcore torture nightmare sequence, general tips. But that's the idea. That's what he was going after. So we can't say he did that badly. Whether we like it or not is one thing. Like, I'm not going to listen to this on a daily basis. You know what I mean? This will be my last comment either way, Oblitera, aka Chrome 3. But this is not the kind of music that I listen to on a daily basis. Absolutely not. There's no place for that for me in my day. However, the days where I am feeling like exploring this side of myself, the days where I listen to deathcore, the days where I listen to hardstyle, drum and bass that has been like wubbed to hell, it's good that this extreme, that this shit that makes your ears go, ah! exists, because there are days where we want that, where we want to shred the inside of our ears a little bit. And I'm saying to you that at least if you're going to engineer it properly, as it was done here, if you're going to engineer noise properly and give it a musical story and a rhythm, it's atonal. Obviously, it's atonal. We know this. There's no melody in this. There is some melody in some parts, but in those sections, it's not about melody. It's about the noise. And there are days where we just don't feel like processing melody, where we just prefer far more to exploit the noise. It's just nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Etro V, there's a lot of artists who easily reach -6, -7 lufs and upload the song at this level on Spotify. You're right, if the user has audio normalization active, the level is brought to a certain threshold, generally -14 lufs, but if normalization is not active, the level is more or less the same. Yes, because Spotify does essentially allow users to have like sort of a sound check level, but fuck that. I'm super judgmental on hardstyle, and he did well. Also, that's an Eric Andre skit. I did not know that. I did not know that at all. I see. Can I get the Discord invite again? Command Discord in the chat, Treyflip, will get you right into our Discord. But I would have you know that our queue is closed for the day, Treyflip. So be sure to come back next week, and we will be able to listen to your song then. Either way, thank you, Chrome, for allowing us to listen to the song online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you. You told me to get in line. Okay, thanks. Oh, that was you. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry. I did not know exactly what that was intended to be. My bad. That was rude, if I do say so myself. Sorry, it's just that I was in the middle of a review with someone else whose time is limited. So I figured it was just like, if you know the deal, you'll sign up. But yeah, sorry about that. Either way, yes, Chrome, appreciate you allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Look, it executed what it needed to. Okay, it accomplished a very set mission of, I would say, thrashing us to a point where some of us might not enjoy it. And I think that is an extreme, personally, for music. I think that is at the outside edge of what is like listenable, quote unquote. Obliterated you. Ha! That's your name, Oblitera. There you go. But that's my point, is like, that's scare the TikTok ravers. Exactly. Someone needs to scare the TikTok ravers, and I'm so glad that we've got a viewer of ours to do it. I'm honored to have someone taking on that mission and seeing that out, Chrome. I appreciate that. Someone's got to do it, and as long as it's well engineered, as I said, it is in this particular case, as long as it's well executed, what am I going to say about it? It's not my shit, but like, it's well done. So yeah, just be sure. Yeah. Don't, like, for someone who produces such high quality noise hardstyle, don't cut off 420 milliseconds. It's just an easy thing. Just like throw some silence into your song. You know what I mean? Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. And we're going to move on next down the line here, folks. We got 2 more reviews for the night, and then we are calling it. Thank you. We will put the 420 milliseconds, and don't forget to enhance your dynamics. I don't know if anybody asked for me to like imitate that sound ever, not even one time, but that's just the call to action that I hear when I hear that sound. All right. You didn't know what it is. That's even better. I love your curiosity. I love your curiosity. All right, general tips. Saw that we hydrated, decided we should hydrate again. I actually agree with you. It's good. I'm running out of water. I should be. By the end of a stream, I should be running out of a liter of water. It's not that much. All right. Last 2 for the night. All newcomers for today. We appreciate all the newcomers we got coming this way today. Damn Fuck It. Zay featuring SSG Splurge. Okay. Damn Fuck It. On a side note, EBUR 128 broadcast guidelines states minus 23 LUFS for TV, minus 19 LUFS for music for broadcast volume, but Spotify and similar set their own rules. EBUR 128 broadcast guidelines, where's that from exactly? What governing board dictates those standards? Because minus 23 LUFS for TV sounds incredibly quiet for the amount of blasting volume that I get from ads. Okay? That does not make sense to me, Devious Furball, because when I hear ads on television, not on like YouTube, YouTube is bad enough in their own way, but they've learned from television. When I watch television and I'm listening to ads, it is not minus 23 LUFS. Impossible. It's scratching minus 15 easily. General Europe broadcast standards to stop adverts destroying your speakers. Well, here in the North Americas, Devious Furball, that does not exist. I wish it would exist. I wish there was a control for adverts and for ads in general. I wish there was. But ads, Jesus fucking balls, are so goddamn loud. Anyways, we'll complain about loudness of ads in a minute. We got a song to listen to. Damn Fuck It by Zay. So let's listen to it. Let's talk about it. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's... I don't have a watch. Go!
Zay. Yeah. Go. Damn, fuck it. Roll up by the zip, my blunt into eighth. I'm buying the shrimp with the steak on the plate. Really play with that cake, I go fill up a safe. Really play with that sack up, this ain't no race. Put it up. I put the flashlight, take out that laser. I put the truck before I sign with a major. They suit it up when they sit in that pavement. She wanna fuck on the day, make her pay me. I brought 2 K's in the club like a player. By now, hope we got bitches for sale. Give a fuck about you talking in jail, get you cut in your cell. I'm good, I put on the clothes to get money. You crazy, I smoke out the bar, I don't pray. It ain't shit, I call it a little play, get you done. Shit, street running, fuck the little bitch, put some bundles. Zay,
Came from the bottom, I came from the root. Don't do no talking, I just like to shoot. My bitch wanna argue, my phone go on mute. Damn, fuck it. When it's so much, I can't lose. Too much money, don't know what to do. Damn, fuck it. Yeah, I'm shooting that 3, set back, and he know it's a bucket. Damn, fuck it. New engine in the Hondies. I'm sipping lean in my fucking my kidney. I spoke to God, and he know that I'm winning. I spoke to God, and he know that I'm sinning. I'm taking over, and it's just the beginning. Spoke to SA, and the city is with it. Spoke to Texas, and the state is committed. I'm buying shit, but it's never in it. 5% of my whip, nigga, seen on my whip, be tinted, yeah. Mansion big as fuck, nigga, that Glock gon' make you duck, nigga. Okay, I'm on me like a truck, nigga, so them bloods know what's up, nigga. Nigga, back me a bull, nigga, that eyes on me like a pool, nigga. I'm misunderstood what you thought, nigga. Yo, bitch talking, she a thought, nigga. Yo, nigga talking, he a op, nigga. I'm doing shit, just watch, nigga. Okay, group cooking heat, yeah. Shout out to Brack, yeah. Shout out to Brooks, yeah. I'm living life like a crook, yeah. Doing shit and I'm on it, yeah. Real shit when I'm with it, yeah. Told the city I'm committed, yeah. You see Zay and he in it, yeah. Doing shit, I'm making it. Going hard, but who taking it? I'm sipping lean, but I'm baking it. I been real, I never faked it. Zay.
Okay, we got a lot to talk about, Zay. So I appreciate you being here either way. I appreciate you discovering the stream, signing up for the review. There's a thing you're going to have to know about me, is that I don't tolerate imperfection. Just saying it out loud so that we are on the same page. I'm here to improve your music for real. So even if it hurts, I'm going to tell you some things. And General Tips, you beat me to the fucking punch, General Tips. God damn it. Look, it's all about the drama, man. I do the setup, and then I fucking, but it's fine. Timing, mix, enunciation. Absolutely all of those 3 things are problematic in this song. And you, I know you know that I was going to say it, General Tips. I'm not actually mad at you. Very unoriginal, sounds like every other rap tune like that. So that is an effect, although that's an opinion. I'm going to see how we can improve the result, or the actions, so that the result is not that it sounds like that. Etro V, we're going to talk about this commentary on the broadcast standards after the review, just because I want to save some time for the actual song. But, okay, first of all, the easy thing, let's get it out of the way, 420 milliseconds. Again, bar 1, beat 1 is not where your song's export starts. It is 420 milliseconds of silence before that, so that you don't get your song cut off like this. As it happens. Literally. Okay, so, next, producer tags. Take that shit out. Take that shit out. Take that shit out. No one likes that. No one ever in the world has ever liked that, except the people themselves whose name are appearing in there. It's for nobody else except those people. Those exist. Not listeners, not fans. Nobody gives a fuck. Take out your goddamn producer tag. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that is. So I'm not gonna guess. But it does reveal to me a problem with your noise gate, with your vocal noise gate. So like when you hear it clicking on and off, for instance, it means you have not tuned your noise gate correctly. It means that either your attack time is too fast or your release time is too fast, or both in this particular case, because I can hear the noise disappearing in the background. And it's probably still the case in the rest of your song, but don't know what that is. It's a mistake. You leaving those things in there, especially the producer tag, but even this little thing is a mistake. Okay. Now let's talk about your performance. Absolutely didn't mean to steal time. Sorry, Shooter. You did not steal time at all, Etrovy. None whatsoever. I am the mandator of when someone is stealing time or not. You don't get to decide that here. What a dick thing to take control on. No, don't worry about it. Okay, listen, Zay, we gotta talk about this. Your timing and that of Splurge, I don't know who was first and who was second. I'm not gonna guess, and I don't care. Both of you guys need to work on your rap timing. There are many examples that I can cite, but the worst ones were around here.
Yeah, street runner, fuck the little bitch, put some bundles and go.
Zay, came from the bottom, I came from the root. Don't do no talking, I just like to shoot. My bitch wanna argue, my phone go on mute.
There's been 2 so far.
Damn, fuck it. When it's so much, I can't.
There, you're rushing your beat.
Too much money, don't know what to do.
There, you're rushing your beat again.
Damn, fuck it. Yeah, I'm shooting that 3 set.
Again.
Back and he know it's a bucket. Damn, fuck it. New engine in the Hondas.
I don't even know what happened there. Shooting
that 3 set back and he know it's a bucket. Damn, fuck it. New engine in the Hondas. I'm sipping lean in my fucking my kidney.
You just changed the timing of the song altogether. Love you too, Etro. Is this mumble? No, I don't believe that this is mumble. But even if it was mumble, it doesn't matter, guys. Because mumble, if it's mumble but on time, all right, it's not my aesthetic. I will tell you I don't understand your words and therefore I am missing half of the picture. I'm going to need lyrics to read along with your words. But that's not the thing that is making this uncomfortable. What is making this uncomfortable is that he's going off time. His pronunciation isn't the worst thing about this song. It's not great, but it's...
How did he know that I'm winning? I spoke to God and he know that I'm sinning.
He spoke to God and he know that I'm sinning. I understand him.
Taking up when it's just the beginning. Spoke to SA and the city is with it. Spoke to Texas and the state is committed. I'm buying shit, but it's never in it.
There's too much enunciation for it to be mumble rap, but there's not enough enunciation for it to be like crisp and pristine. You see what I did there? Crisp and pristine. Aplomb and alacrity. You're using, you said those, I knew I was going to tag those words. You're using all of the diction and pronunciation to lean in on your consonants, because when you compress your vocals, it's those things that are going to make your song sound like you're going like pa-da-da-pa-da-da-pa. It's going to sound more attitude-y when you pronounce your consonants more. So by removing the pronunciation on your consonants as you have done here, you're actually taking away from the punch of your vocals, which is a shame because I feel like your vocals could do with a little more punch. Your vocals right now, your performance, it's very lackluster, it's very flat. It has not much going on in terms of like it's very apathetic is I guess the way that I would say it. I don't know if that makes sense, guys. Maybe I'm being maybe I'm not using the right words here, but it's the apathy in this track is very pronounced. Also, and I'm just gonna say this because we got a minute left in the track.
Yeah, shout out to Brack, yeah. Shout out to Brooks, yeah. I'm living life like a crook, yeah. Doing
Shoutouts, dude. Shoutouts. Shoutouts. Shoutouts in your song. Save it for the album's fucking paperwork, man. Shoutouts in your song. Shoutouts to this person. Shoutouts to this other person. Is this 2002? Did I miss 23 years and just like, what happened? We're going backwards. We tried that. It's not cool. And I'm white. Does that tell you something? That I even go like, maybe that's not trending anymore. Could you take it? Shout outs to
Brack, yeah. Shout out to Brack, yeah. Shout out to Brooks, yeah. I'm living life like.
I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I had to write it down. I had to say. I'm going to say that this here, your rhyming structure is not my favorite because you're near the end here.
5% of my whip, nigga, seen on my whip, be tinted, yeah. Mansion big as fuck, nigga. That Glock gon' make you duck, nigga. Okay.
I'll say this, that at the end of all of your phrase, you're using the same word. It's the N-bomb, and every phrase thereafter ends with the N-bomb. It's a choice. I am not at liberty to say whether it's the right choice or not. Again, going back to the whole white thing. But I will say this. Your word before the N-bomb rhymes with the previous word before the last N-bomb. So you're rhyming your words before the N-bomb. I don't have a problem as long as you're not using the N-bomb as the rhyme itself. You're not relying on it, and I can respect that. Do I think personally, if I had to weigh in on taste, do I think that there's too many N-bombs in that song? In that section, rather, not in the song, but in the section specifically? Yes, I think so. I think that it takes away from the effect after a certain number. I don't know what that number is. I don't know how many. I'm not going to start counting, but I know that this is too many. That's all I know. And that's my last thing I'm going to say about this song. Either way, thank you very much, Shooter Zay, for allowing us to listen to the song, allowing us to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you on the stream for the first time, discovering how this process works. It's not that I don't like rap. It's not the case. I actually love rap. As a matter of fact, I fucking love really proficient rappers. People who are very good at flow. People who are very good at pronunciation. People who are very good at changing up those two so that they're keeping me guessing. People who are very good at rhyming structures. People who are very good at fucking with the rhyming structures. The combinations are endless. And my point with this is I love rap. I love good rap. And I don't have a problem with slow-paced, sort of unified feel rap like this, but it has to be properly executed. And if your timing is off, regardless of what style of rap you're doing, if it's not intentionally done so as to emphasize a certain effect, it's called a mistake. And it's called go back into studio and re-record it as properly as you are physically capable of doing. And if it still sounds like there's mistakes, go back and do it again. It's called practicing. This standard for art is not the professional standard. This is subpar, sub-professional standard rap, in my opinion. Because I've heard Tech Nine. I've heard Bone Thugs and Harmony. I heard Eminem. These are the three examples that I keep coming back to. Even Busta Rhymes, there's an example for it. Someone who has flawless performance. Always, 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 always will trump someone with this kind of timing. Always. It doesn't even matter if their lyrics are worse. It doesn't matter. It's a far more enjoyable experience for me, someone who's on time than someone who's off time but with better lyrics. And that is the universal standard, I would argue. Either way, Shooter Zay, thank you for trusting us with your track. It's appreciated that you would come in here and drop your track. As much as I'm sure you respect the chat and myself for divulging these opinions, but you got to do it. You gotta get good. You just gotta get good, and that's all there is to it. Thank you either way, Shooter Zay. We're moving on to our last of the day, DJ Chicken Boy UK. Who's suggests to you directly, Shooter Zay, that you listen to some Wretch 32 Fire in the Booth. He recommends that you need to be more like the old school rappers, actually telling a story in the lyrics, using phrases, etc., instead of talking about downer, drugs, and murder and N-bomb. I don't mind downer, drugs, and murder and N-bomb. I don't mind those subjects in a story, but it has to be accompanied by a story. I do agree with that part. I don't mind the content. I mind the lack of storytelling. I am with you on that, Chicken Boy. Storytelling songs are my favorite. Yeah, general tips, I like them as well. Great mix, by the way. Didn't really talk much about the mix because there wasn't much point. It's far more pressing issues, but mix wasn't my favorite. All right, so let's talk about, while we pull up this link by DJ Chicken Boy UK, let's talk a little bit about what Etro-V was saying about those standards. Those are the hypothetical levels that are set for playback, but the masters of songs now, generally, no longer follow certain requests from broadcasters. That's so true. I received some songs mastered from Sanremo, an Italian festival. Yeah, Sanremo, an Italian festival, and they were all shot at -9, -10, and we are talking about pop songs. In fact, they are terribly distorted and compressed. We are talking about artists who make millions of euros. Christ. That is because your song on the radio must absolutely be at the same level as that, I'm assuming is what you wanted to say. And that's okay. Honestly, having a song mastered at -9, -10, that in and of itself is okay. It's when it's distorted and they're playing it through festival speakers. I remember last year I mixed a festival and there were literally artists coming to me with MP3s, 192 kilobyte MP3s, and it was like as distorted as you are describing. And I'm like, you want me to play this on my 109 decibel dBA system. You want me to play this distortion? I'm gonna blow everyone's ears out. No, I'm not doing that. And people will say like, okay, well, can't you fix it? I'll be like, yeah, certainly. Drop all of the high end of their track. Just do it, because there's no reason to play high end in a track if it's going to shred people's ears. There's no reason to. You might as well just mix it out. It's much better that way. And honestly, it left space for their vocals. So if I'm being honest, I improved their their performance a little bit. But yeah, dude, I remember I know what you're talking about, Etro V. For my festivals, I would get tracks that were that bad as well. Devious Furball, agreed. As with many standards like the 100 plus of audio standards we already have, they are introduced to solve a specific problem. While TV in Europe is very tolerable, as you say, other mediums have their own set of problems. Was waiting for the end of feedback to post this. Y'all are so kind. Y'all are so lovely. Yeah, Etro V, we all have our standards, and they are all sneaky and at times hypocritical standards. So true, so true. Our standards are changing constantly. TV show is at a level, then the ad is fucking blowing up speakers. Dude, my experience here in North America, literally. If you want, I'll send you a song from Sanremo. You will cry from terrible master. Why would I want that? Why would I want that? No, I prefer to conserve my ears. Thank you very much. That's gnarly. 192 from the artist, dude. It was goddamn stupid. It was goddamn stupid. It was crazy. 192, and I'm telling you, this was the kind of thing that like they threw a clipper on the master, not a soft clipper, a clipper on the master, and they were like, yeah, it's got that beat, it's got that sound to it. Trasm music. Hey, Trasm! Oh my god, I didn't get the notification. It's like on everywhere. I even in the Discord, I even did today of all days for you to miss all the notifications. I even did a subs only pre-mention in the Discord. And then I did a post in the Discord, and then I did the live notification. I'm happy you're here either way, don't get me wrong. Your Discord did fuck you over, dude. That's fucked. That's crazy. I like the meme. There are 100 audio standards. Engineer, this is ridiculous. We need to unify these. There are now 101 audio standards. I love that. I love that. I've never seen that meme. I would love that meme. I fucking love that, dude. That's amazing. I've never seen that. Oh, I'm not in the subs only chat anymore, it seems. Well then. I see what happened then. It's true. You don't have the sub tag on in the chat. It's true. All right. That's enough dilly-dallying, I believe. DJ Chicken Boy UK has waited patiently for their song to appear here live on stream. So, we've got it. My track is Hip House. Okay. I guess that means hip hop rap with house backing. So we're gonna just go with that. And let's listen to Pumpin' by Telf. It sounds like a T-Rex trying to, you ever seen that meme? T-Rexes with their mouths. Sounds like a T-Rex trying to pronounce self. Telf. Okay, enough stupidity. Let's listen to your song. I'm so sorry. Pumpin'. I thought it was Pumpkin. I'm so sorry. It's the end of the stream, so I'm getting goofy now. Wonder if it's house vocals with hip hop background. That could be. Regular house sounds great with rap vocals, actually. That's true, actually. Okay, Pumpin' by Telf. My bad. You'll understand, lad. The French-Canadian fumbling English words. Lol. As if, it's funny because my first language is actually Italian. My first ever language that I spoke was Italian. Then it was English. Then it was French. And at some point, French became my primary language, but then it went back to English. And since then, it's been English. And English has been my primary language. But I still speak Italian, as Etro V will testify. Fratello d'Italia, Italia se desta. Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's not. Okay, let's stop delaying Chicken Boy's song, please. Let's listen to it all together. My girlfriend is staring at me as if I have something wrong with me, and I do. So let's listen to it together and let's talk about it. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
dumping and pumping. Dump, bumping, dump, bumping, dump. 1, 2, 3, hit it. Bumping, dump, 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 dump, bumping, dump, dump, bumping, dump, dump, bumping, dump, dump, bumping,
Okay. Yeah, I gotta say I agree with General Tips and Trovia on this one. I kind of need to know what your intention is going into this, Chicken Boy. It's meant to be 90s inspired, not modern. Well, that part was certainly right on. I gotta say, though, even for a club mix, that was long. Your club mix should have been 3 minutes. 4 minutes if you're feeling really risky. There's nothing going on in this, dude. Feeling 90s inspired is one thing. You definitely have some, like, I want to say, a hockey organ. Sounds like a hockey organ. Sounds like an organ I would hear at a hockey game. Montreal has an organ player for hockey games, so I know that's what it sounds like. I just don't see, like, I wrote the same note, like in three different ways. Intros long for nothing, arrive at the point, dead air, no story, no, I have to disagree, pal. All house track is 6 minutes to 6 minute 30 extended mixes. My dude, first of all, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I know plenty of extended mixes that do not even scratch 5 minutes. Okay? Plenty of extended mixes. I know what you mean. I know plenty of extended mixes that do not even touch 5 minutes. Okay? And in that 5 minutes, I am taken on far more of a journey than what's going on here. This, you have one chord progression, right? I learned it the first 3 times I heard it. Right? I didn't even have to practice it, and I picked it up by ear, okay? That's just to give you an idea. I'm pretty good at picking up things. I'll self-tout myself. I am pretty good at picking melodies up, but to not even have to work out what chord it is, and to like just pick up my guitar and go, that's what you played, that means that you played it a lot, okay? And that was all that was happening. That, and then sometimes you threw in the organ. For an extended mix, this is edging on super long. The vocal stabs that you do have in this song in early parts, I confer with, I believe it was Trasm Music. Vocals are a bit quiet. I agree with you, because in that part, in that specific part where he was referring to, they were quiet, but then later on they were too loud. So your vocals need balancing throughout, and you have no variation. You have no alternate chord progressions. Like, honestly, you could go straight from easily transition to like, there's a billion, trillion, quadrillion possibilities. There's no endless supply on this earth of melodies, chord progressions, and combinations that you could have tapped into. But instead, you chose to stay on the same thing throughout this song. That's a choice that you made, and it's not a choice that I approve of. It's a choice that I think needs improvement, because it is an erroneous choice. It is one that has been tried before. First of all, it's been done before. You're right, in the 90s, this would have slapped. This is, General Tips said it best. This is good, but it's 2001 good. It's good in 2001. It is no longer considered good, because we have learned from this since then. Going to bed. Love you, Mike. See you soon. Love you too, Trovi. Go to have a good bed. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs enter your brain. Do I remember trance tracks from the 90s having 10-minute build-up? Yeah. Maybe I'm dating myself a little too much there. I mean, to be honest with you, I do remember those things. My point with this here, Chicken Boy, is you have the start of a song. You have the shape of the song. You have the shape and you have the sections kind of already hashed out. Now, what you're going to do, what you're going to have to do for anybody to take this song seriously and not think like, oh yeah, I remember when I was 18 as well, is you're going to have to trim it down. You're going to have to condense each section into its most minimalistic fashion. Then you're going to have to invent a new chord progression, figure something out. I don't know what it is. Do something. Your choice. I'm not telling you how to do your job. I'm just saying a job needs to be done here. Even keeping the sounds that you have, as General Tip says you do not have to change the song's nature. You have to change what the journey the song is going on. House songs do tend to be longer, but it does need the variation to carry you through it. Yeah, house songs in general tend to be longer in general than, like, for instance, like Big Room or whatever fucking shit. Yes, but that's still extended mixes of electronic songs that are 5 minutes, 6 minutes long, like you say, have the follow through, have the story. What we have here is the beginning of a story being told. You're starting to set up your universe, but you're not even setting up the aesthetic fully. You're just starting to describe that as well. Give us space, give us frequencies, give us fucking new synths, give us everything that we need for a song. Give us a journey, give us tension, give us release, melody, harmony, a different beat. Christ, I don't know, man, but like, give us more. Like, give us more. Where does it need to new melody? My answer to that question is yes. Yes. That's where. Yes. Doesn't matter where. Chicken Boy. You can make it work anywhere. That's my point here. You can make melody work anywhere. The chord progression that I just threw at you, literally improvising from hearing nothing and not thinking about it for more than 10 seconds, that's an example that you can throw in between drops. That's an example you can put into a drop at the end of a drop. It's not about where it needs it. It's about the way you're approaching the song. You're seeing movement. You're seeing this wave. And you're seeing this wave continue like this. But you don't know that the wave needs to go like this sometimes, and it needs to slow down sometimes, and it needs to slowly build back up sometimes until it does this again. You need to take us in all of those directions, and that applies not only to the speed of the song, that not only applies to the beat of the song, that not only applies to the melody or the chord progression or the harmony, it applies to the tension and the release. And the way you go about doing that is not my problem. It's like, not saying that disrespectfully, I'm saying you take care, you figure that part out and how that feels unique to you. What I'm saying to you is this does not offer the tension and the release. We have a whole bunch of release, but not that much tension. Figure out how you're going to do it. If it's going to be a new melody, great. If it's going to be a new chord progression, great. If you're going to change the beat up, if you're going to fulfill the prophecy of every UK producer, maybe not from Northern England, as you say, but if you're going to fulfill General Tips' prophecy of every UK producer graduating to DNB, well, speed up your tempo to 175 and let's go. But you need something personality-wise of this song. Right now, this song is generic. This is the kind of thing that I would see in a movie, in like sold on a rights website where you can sell your songs for the rights in movies. This is like a sort of a student project about driving. This is sort of what I feel. And it doesn't necessarily have a plot. It's just a student taking footage of themselves driving around town. That's what I feel this song reflects, visually speaking. And I'm trying not to be disrespectful. I'm trying to tell you what this evokes in me. And I don't think that that's a good thing. And if you don't think that's a good thing, then I agree with you. Fix it. It's the thing only you can figure out without us infiltrating the creation. Yeah, exactly. That's my point with that, I guess. That's fair enough, lad. Don't think of it as something is wrong, but we know you can do better. Yeah, well, no, I mean, I don't mind if he thinks of it as something wrong, honestly. Something wrong does not necessarily mean you are terrible. You are a bad person. It does not mean, it means you are a person and you are more human than you think. What makes you a bad person is knowing that you're doing something wrong and not acting on it. But let's call a spade a spade. This song exists for no reason. As it exists right now, it exists for no reason. It fills the space that has already been filled in the past. As in like a particular part. Sure. If you want to visualize it that way, if you want to frame it that way, so that it goes down better or goes down easier. Sure, absolutely. But as we have it now, this song exists in the space of where music has already existed for a long time and is doing nothing new in that respect. It's not innovating. It's not changing what's happening in the 90s. It's not changing what the sound is to fit a more modern sort of vibe, because you said it yourself, you're not going after modern. So I believe it is a mistake. It is erroneously produced. And the way to fix that, I think I've spelled it out. You do what you will with that. Either way, we appreciate you coming in with it. Like, the opportunity for me to talk about a song would be absent without you being here. So we naturally appreciate you allowing us to listen to the song together, provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you that we do. We appreciate you for that. Devious Furball, so the Ministry of Sound, big club producer in the UK, sold 2 separate CDs, records, albums. One for the average listener with normal tracks, and the other was for DJs with 2 to 3 minutes lead time, lead in stems and lead outs to allow for the DJ for the fly mixes of tracks. That's not needed anymore with current looping and DJ software. That was 90s, 2000s producing, by the way. This is a point that I have said so many fucking times. You don't need to create a DJ mix unless you're catering to bad DJs. And Tips, you've heard me say this before, I'm sure. I'm sure you've heard me say this before. If you get a good DJ to spin your song, they won't need lead-in time. They won't need 3 minutes of beats to match their other song with. They'll figure that shit out on the fly. That's who you want to cater to. You want to cater to DJs who go like, this song is too good regardless of if I have lead time or not. I'm going to spin it. That's who you want to cater to. I've never understood that. What do you mean, General Tips? You've never understood that perspective, like my perspective, or the perspective of like adding lead-in time into your song specifically so that it's easier for DJs to mix? If it's mine, you don't understand A. If it's what I mentioned, if it's the latter point, it's B. What don't you understand exactly? Or is it something completely unrelated and therefore C? I don't understand. Either way, let's just say this and get this out of the way here. DJ Chicken Boy, thank you for trusting us with your track. One way or the other, we appreciate you being here and allowing us to listen to it so that we can talk about it. And this stimulates discussion, and this stimulates this. So either way, I'm grateful for this music to exist. It's just, as a musical piece, it doesn't currently exist for any other reason other than just for it to justify its own existence. It doesn't revolutionize anything or create anything that we haven't heard before in the decades that we've had 90s house music. I'm going to riff, and if I can't, then how am I going to act as a true DJ? Party DJ is different, but a true disc jockey should be able to easily riff. What do you mean by, like, you're talking about like scratching and riffing in that respect, and therefore you need lead time in order to do that? Is that how you see that? Yeah, I get that. Cheers for the feedback. Cheers to you, Chicken Boy. Appreciate you being with us. Either way, like I said, if it stimulates a discussion, I'm happy the song exists. The song has now existed for at least another reason, and I'm happy for that. And I'm happy for your presence here. You support the stream whether you want to or whether you know it or not. So we were grateful for that. Party is different, but a true disc jockey should be able to easily riff. Yeah, so I'm confused. I guess if I'm confused, if you mean, I'm confused if you mean whether that means that songs should or should not have lead-in time or a lead-out time. I'm confused what you mean by that. Like, my point that I'm making is that songs, in general, do not need lead in or lead out time. Again, that was a technique back in a day where we were beginning to learn the novelty that is digital DJing, right? And that is a technique that is no longer necessary due to the extent that digital DJing has come. You should be able to work without lead in or lead out time anymore, or you should be hoping that DJs who don't need that are mixing your tracks. That's my argument. Lead in time is, at this point, superfluous. Is your point that you like lead in time so that you may riff? Because that's an alternate consideration altogether. Traction and even DAWs like Serato still slice a track and give you loopable BPM synced section of a track on the fly. Yeah, will slice. Yeah, they do that pretty well. They've done that, honestly, since even I started getting into DJing. They started, like, when I remember when the Traktor S4 came out. I'm dating myself now. The Traktor S4 came out. It was all the rage. All my friends were using it. And then, like, Pioneer came out with their, like, response to that, and they upped it with justement like exactly that, like a section detection thing that would automatically assign itself to like pads that you can punch, and you could like start or finish loops, and that for me, when I saw that, I was like, okay. You have all the tools you need at your disposal. As a DJ goes, you have all the tools you need at your disposal. But I'm still not sure what General Tips is inferring, or rather implying, because I am okay with you riffing. I have no point riffing, like actual disc jockeying. If you're talking about like vinyl to vinyl, if you were talking about like, or the spirits thereof, of vinyl to vinyl, one way or the other, we're talking about like that old school actual disc jockeying, the verb of disc jockeying and not DJing. I'm okay with you. I am okay with you riffing. I have no problem with that. As a matter of fact, I think that is a testament to the original art form that spawned what we currently know as modern DJing, and I think that there's an expansive place for that in today's society, where we need to go back to our roots and tap into the rules of yore, Y-O-R-E. I think I heard wrong in the conversation. Okay, cool. I thought so. I was like, not sure, like, because again, if there's an argument for riffing with a lead-in time, I'm all for it, but I don't think there is. I think you could riff without it. Watched a scratching competition once, and I was blown away. Yeah, those motherfuckers, when you talk about spinning, those motherfuckers spin. What's BPM? Who never heard of her? When you watch a scratching competition, you don't need BPM. Who gives a fuck about beat matching? Fuck your beat matching. Fuck your beats. I'ma decide the beats. Is how they act, and I fucking love that. They're just so good. And I'm stoned and forgot what point I was driving. Yeah, dude. I mean, like, I'm getting there myself. I got about this much left on my second joint, so we're getting to the end of the stream ourselves on this point. Scratches and performance better than the original composition. Absolutely, because the original composition adhered by very circular rules. I've seen so many good DJs. So I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you guys something. I learned about go-go music and like ballroom culture music, and those songs in general, very repetitive, kind of like this. Like, I was half expecting, this was a suggestion that I could have told Chicken Boy. I was expecting vocals from like dance hall. Hey, Siniso, thank you for following. Appreciate you. I was expecting ballroom vocals to come in and say, and clap, and stop, and stop. Like, I was hoping for that to come in at some point, and it never did. But that's my point here, is that, sorry, Siniso, the queue is closed. Well, you just tried to join and you saw that anyways. Apologies, but we're actually wrapping it up for the evening at this point. We've been on for a good 4.5 hours, so we're wrapping it up. But you've already followed. You'll see when we go on live next time. Please, by all means, come back and submit your song then. Right now, we're just having a lovely discussion on DJs and scratching and stuff like that, and how it's sometimes more impressive to watch DJs scratch vinyl than it is to hear the original song play on that same vinyl. because they transform it. They make it a transformative performance. And what's sad is that today's DJs, they don't like learn those original techniques. Like if I wanted to start a DJ school, if I knew how to DJ, if I even knew, I know how to beat match, but I don't know how to DJ. If I wanted to learn how to DJ myself, I would want to go in order of the technology. Okay, we're starting, you're learning how to beat match on vinyl. You're gonna start there. You're gonna learn that way. You're gonna learn the feeling of vinyl. You're gonna learn the feeling of the turntables. You start on some mid-level gear, kind of something that's not entry level, but that's not nearly as good as pro, so that you can like work with the jank a little bit. Then someone brings in, at some point, a CDJ, specifically a CDJ with CDs, not with USB keys. Then eventually you switch out the USB keys. You switch out for USB keys. And then at some point you learn tractors, you learn the control surfaces, and you learn the interaction between the computer directly and the control surfaces. If someone were to learn DJing in that order, they would be unstoppable as a DJ goes, because they would be able to embrace the modern technology and do all of the things that they could with vinyl, but they will have learned their skills from hard-fought victory against vinyl. Literally, it is the thing that is the hardest to mix on, is vinyl. And to learn on the hardest tool is to be the master of the easier tools. Simply put, if you learn a guitar on an acoustic guitar, as soon as you pick up an electric guitar, oh my god, it's so much easier to play. And that's sort of how I see DJing. You learn on vinyl, you move to your fucking CDJs, you move to your Seratos after that. And that's all I have to say about that. Folks, that's pretty much the end. Right? I mean, that's pretty much all I have to say either way, so I'm gonna call it there, I guess, one way or the other. Yeah, dogs. It was fun. It was a fun little stream. Got some good times. Got some decent melodies. Some decent songs. Some great songs, honestly, today. We had some, like, one or two that were like, wow, that was great. But yeah. Anyways, gonna go jam some dummies. Enjoy that. Have fun. And we will speak soon. Next week, stay tuned. I might be streaming again on Thursday next week. So I'm gonna go jam some drummies, I see. I thought you were gonna go, like, play video games and fuck up some dummies. I thought you were literally gonna go jam up some dummies, like on Fortnite or something. I don't fucking know. Anyways, guys, stay tuned next week, as we might stream again on Thursday, unusually, just because, again, work schedules and stuff. I work in when I can, so when I got shit to do, I just gotta go. But yeah, stay tuned on the Discord, stay tuned on the Twitch notifications and all that fun stuff. We will see you next week. We had a lot of fun today. How many fucking songs did we do today? A lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 songs in 4.5 hours. I gotta start doing the math on that though. But either way, let's call it there. We appreciate everyone who was with us, all of our subs, all of our skippers. Skipper, the one guy who did. Appreciate y'all. We'll see you next time. But until then, I'm out of focus. Good. Toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care, guys.
Wow.